This is not a test. This is not a test. This is not a test. I don't know if you can hear me. This is not a test. This is not a test. I don't know if you can hear me.
while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
is not a test.
Alright, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and can will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questionings if you wish. Alright. You good, dude?
You good dudes? You good dudes? Welcome back in. Today is Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. It is 7:35 Central here, and it is Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans out there that have served our country during the darkest moments and during the brightest moments. Thank you for allowing us the freedom to get on here and do this, what we're doing right here. It is so good to see all of you. I have missed you. I was gone Sunday and Monday. That's just way too long. Just way too long to be without you guys. Content Angel, hi. Thank you so much for coming in. Jenny Jen, thank you. Nice to see you. I hope your day's been wonderful. Southern Cats, Teresa, Abeles, hello. I hope your day was great. Mustang, welcome in. Hannah, Orange Rose, good evening. Blessings to all veterans and their families. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Twisted Quill, good evening. I hope you are well today. Cindy from sunny South Florida. Hello, beautiful. How are you? I hope you're doing well today as well. Kane's Nana says, hello, I just found your channel thanks to Allegedly Speculating and have watched all the Diane videos you've put out, and I must say, y'all are crazy in here, and I love it. So yes, please say thank you to Allegedly Speculating for sharing all of her wonderful subs with us. We do appreciate you. Abellis is listening inside of the refrigerator today. So that is okay. True crime. I gifted you a membership in Allegedly Speculating. Oh, did I do that? Dude, you have 30 centimeters of snow and can pack for you. It was crazy here last night and this morning. Blah, 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 blah. Cold. That sounds cold. That sounds cold. You're great. Like Tony the Tiger. Oh, because you're all being sweet. No, and then Abellis is stuffed in the freezer. I know I will not take that time off anytime soon, but I'll tell you about my date. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. You're a nurse at a VA hospital, and you truly thank the veterans for all they have sacrificed. Orange Rose, what a beautiful, beautiful way to say that. And what a beautiful way to give back yourself. Thank you for your service as well. Nurses should not be overlooked. Not these days. Not these days. Welcome back, everyone. You spent the day in the kitchen, keeping warm and occupied. Good. I feel like I was in the kitchen. I went to lunch with my husband. So we were expecting to just we were going to go to dinner, and I told him it was going to just be too late because everybody's going to be so busy. So busy. No, just in the kitchen wall. Oh, okay. Installing a new switch. Very good, Abellis. And you are handy around the house. I have no doubt in my mind that you are just fine doing that. I have no doubt in my mind. Now, there's some new stuff over here in StreamYard that I have not learned to do where it says we need to stream vertical. I might try one of these days coming in here and streaming vertical just to sit and talk with you guys. If you guys tell me that that's what you want to do, we just need to sit and chill and just have a good in between before we start a new series. Thinking about doing, I've got a couple of different things on my mind. You'll have to let me know. Bellis, you be safe, okay? Hannah gets a little worried. You know how she gets a little worked up. Anyway, so Veterans Day, different places around the country honor the veterans by giving them a free meal or free dessert or a couple of other things. There's an echo, a tiny echo, but you like it? Well, I don't want to have too much of an echo. If it is, let me know. I'll turn it down or adjust the microphone if it becomes annoying. Hi, True Crime Butterfly. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you this Tuesday. So anyway, long story short, we got to go to the Outback Steakhouse in here in Texas, in Dallas, and it was so full of people. We sat there for and a half, an hour and a half waiting to get a table for two. It was an amazing lunch. We both had an amazing lunch, and my husband was so happy and so celebrated and felt so loved. And we got to talk to a lot of people that have served. We just saw a whole bunch of people during that hour and a half just sitting there talking about their time in the military and getting to thank them for their service. And so it was a wonderful date. It was a wonderful date. It's one that we don't do enough. We've been together since, the dawn of the dinosaurs. So 1.5 hours sitting in that line. But it wasn't too bad. I mean, we did meet a couple of, like I said, really good people and a couple of strange creatures. Oh, then they had the Marine Corps ball last night for the Marine Corps' 250th birthday. If you haven't checked it out, I did a small dedication to the Marine Corps and happy birthday, Marine Corps, 250 years. Hoorah! Simplify. So you're on time, late. You're not late, rubber. We're just getting started. Happy Veterans Day. Got to walk in the parade with my husband here in Austin. That is amazing. You guys had amazing weather today. We had amazing weather up here today too. No snow in sight, mid 60s. It was really pretty. It was really pretty today. Kate, thank you very much. I will. I will. Ace, so good to see you. So good to see you and your puppy. So, welcome back, my little guardians of firelight. This is it. 4 nights of tons of stuff, tons of stuff that have happened in just her 2025 40-year echo. So, we're down to the final hour of Diane Downs' 2025 parole hearing. 28 degrees. That sounds a little bit chilly to me. Your son lives in Dallas too? We're neighbors. Hello, Kane Nana's son. All right. And then so I promised myself, well, and I promised you guys, I love interacting and we're going to keep interacting the way that we're doing, but I do want to get to the close of this 2025 parole hearing. There is so much to unpack in this case. We could do this forever. We could do this forever, and I did say that. So we've stripped down the case as much as we could down to the records that we could actually find. And we talked a lot about her statements, about her accountability, about the crime, what she calls, or her version of motherhood, and what the board calls her denial, more or less. We talked about, excuse me, we talked about her jail letters and a lot of the contradictions in her story. Okay, be right back or be zapped. Mustang welcomes you in, Rubber Ramada. Good to see you. And Ace as well. No, I am not in love with all of Diane's stories. Diane is enough in love with herself that she doesn't need our love. So, we've heard about the contradictions in all of her stories and what I would call, quote unquote, the phantom stalkers, her supposed informants, and the shifting definitions of guilt that have followed her for many decades, 4 decades, in fact. We've done a lot of the, I'd say, quote unquote, psychology behind her tone, but that's just psychology that we're looking up and what we can derive, not under a medical opinion. Oh, while I say that, trigger warning: content falls under fair use. This disclaimer lets you know that the fair use is for purposes of entertainment, criticism, commentary, and research purposes. The opinions on this channel are just that. They are mine and mine alone. The opinions of the chat, those opinions are theirs and theirs alone. Nobody here is a medical professional. We talk shit and we talk what we want, and we will continue to do so and continue to have fun. And continue to have fun. Delusional Diana. Oh, that's a Michael Jackson song. No, I think that was Dirty Diana, wasn't it? At least 4 escape attempts. Yeah, Teresa's got it going on. Teresa, really, you should be up here leading the pack, girl. You should be doing this. So, um, according to her, none of this is speculation, none of it's hearsay. It's all Diane Downs' firsthand accountability of what really happened. Although everything that we can find on the record has, line by line, has been a debunk so far. So we're going to settle in, take a breath, walk through the final stretch of her story that's lasted 4 decades, and packed into this last hour, and end this hearing the way we started it, with the light of accountability on the horizon, but with a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, and a lot of interruptions for her BS. She literally thinks her stories are believable, so delusional and dangerous. She literally thinks everything is believable. We're the delusional ones, not her. Let's get her pulled up onto the screen. Boop. Put myself in the corner here, and let's just get going. Let's just get going. Let's see, we were at right around the 3 hour mark. We'll just skip right into here, and if we're a little further ahead, we'll skip to it. Y'all are already typing in the chat.
So this is from the DA's submission. And I just was curious if any of this had occurred. In this, so this is from page 2 of the DA's submission. Quote, in a letter that she wrote to Jim Jagger, her defense attorney, she admitted that she had lied to him and the jury about the crime. In this letter, she abandons her prior versions of events and states that she was, quote, flirting, unquote, with a driver of another vehicle on Mohawk Road. She and the other driver pulled over and talked. She had marijuana, which they were going to smoke. Downs claimed she went to the trunk of her car to retrieve the marijuana, and that the man then grabbed her gun from the trunk and shot the children. Downs stated that she did not provide this information to investigators or the jury since she was afraid she would be frowned upon for the use of marijuana. This letter became relevant in the post-conviction proceedings, and then it goes on to talk about a little more about that. So I'm just curious, any of that occur?
No. And the letter didn't occur. That letter was not written by me.
Yes, we heard a little bit about this.
I have to do this, Venetia. I have to give at least an explanation for this.
She has to, Venetia.
When I went back, this letter was allegedly written, because I got a copy of it. This letter was allegedly written on November 7th, 1984. Just before that, I was in county jail. Just before that, the state wanted, no, Children's Services Division and CAD's attorney and my ex-husband's attorney all wanted to terminate my parental rights. There was only one person who stood up and said, I do not want to terminate this woman's parental rights, and that was Fred Hughey. After that hearing, I was so happy. I believed that Fred Hughey was going to work with me to either allow me to have visitation with my children, even if it was at the prison, or at the very least that he was still investigating the case. That was my belief system. There is no, and this letter was allegedly written by me 1 week later. I had no reason to write something like that, because clearly the only person who believed in me at that point was Fred. Why would I write something and give it to my attorney knowing that he was going to give it to Fred?
Hey, Keynes, I think we've talked about it a couple of different times. Fred Hughey was the Lane County prosecutor who tried the 1984 Diane Downs case. And after Diane's conviction, he and his wife, Joanne Hughey, were the adoptive parents of Diane's 2 surviving children, Christy and Danny. And this was done with the court's approval following the parental termination proceedings that declared Diane was unfit for parental rights. So there's no record in the adoption court documents or the parole board materials or anything public that I can find showing that Fred Hughey ever supported or requested visitation between Diane Downs and the children. As a matter of fact, he actively protected Christy and Danny's privacy and cut all contact with Downs. Um, and we did talk about when during her escape, he was very concerned about her trying to come in and quote unquote finish the job. So no, I don't think that that's true at all. Oregon law automatically terminated her visitation rights or when her parental rights were severed and the adoption was finalized. So she wouldn't have had any visitation rights to them after that anyway. So, and that happened pretty soon after her conviction. So personally, no, he did not, and never would have wanted her to have any kind of visitation whatsoever. Yeah, don't believe. No, I don't believe he ever supported any of that. There were some letters in and in stuff that she said during parole hearings where she claimed that he had once considered allowing her some form of contact, but he understood that she was dangerous and he didn't want to have anything to do with her. No evidence of what she's saying. Yes, she did know that he adopted her children.
That would derail whatever Fred was doing. He was the only person who did not want to terminate my parental rights. He was the only person that I believed in me. You can go to that hearing. The hearing was on October 29th. Oh, wow. October 29th.
There's also a 1989 2020 special where he and his wife, where Fred explained why he and Joanne adopted the children and his stance on Diane Downs' contact with them. So I can't put them in the segment, obviously, because 2020 would shut us down. But if you need me to find that, I would definitely, I'll write that down. I'm going to put that down in the description box when we're done tonight and that way you can go and watch that. A lot of that is we might be able to cover bits and pieces of it, but if you want to jump ahead, after we close out tonight, that's definitely where you can find that. It's in a 1989 2020 special.
You can go to that hearing and read the transcript. Fred was the only one who did not want to terminate my parental rights. I did not write that letter. Then, a year later, 6 months later, Jim Jagger brought me 5 boxes of everything from his office pertaining to my case. It had everything. It had all the discovery. It had everything that was in his office that had my name on it. He brought to me at the prison, left 5 boxes. I took them to my cell. That letter's not in there. So how is it that Jim Jagger allegedly, this letter was written allegedly written in November, well, it was written by somebody, in November of 84. Jim brings me all my boxes in May of 85, but this letter is not in there because it didn't exist in 85. And then in 1991, you get that letter. I don't know if you've read it. The attorney general gets that letter, and there's a cover letter from Jim Jagger that says, here's the letter that you were requesting. How did they even know about the letter? Nobody had the letter. Fred didn't have the letter. I didn't have the letter. The attorney general didn't have the letter. The only person who allegedly had this letter was Jim Jagger. And so how is the attorney general supposed to know that that letter exists? And the cover letter from Jim Jagger was one sentence.
She's still filling in all of the words that she can find. You keep in mind that we've done 3 hours at this point, and the parole board has done 3 hours of listening to Diane Downs at this point. Just word salad the hell out of them. And, their parole board way smarter than I am, but this lady talks so much and talks in so many circles that we don't even know what the question was at this point. What's the question? Yeah, obviously someone had the letter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking about it. Or did they ask about it? Yeah. She is aware she can plead the fifth. We were hoping she would, but she won't. She's a chatterbox, according to her.
Here's the letter that you requested. Who wrote that letter? Because it wasn't me. It was not me. So, and of course, they use that letter to say, see, his client lied to him, so he's not ineffective for representing him because she says she betrayed him. She lied to him. So now he's not ineffective assistance of counsel, and they use that to dismiss all of my ineffective assistance of counsel claims. Who had the motivation to write that letter? Not me. As far as I was concerned, Fred was going to work with me. Fred was going to let me, whether it was true or not, I was convinced on that date that Fred was going to let me see my kids and that my parents would get to see their grandkids. There was no reason for me to write something as stupid and horrible. Plus,
Well, I mean, we don't know that to be factual, that she didn't think that she was going to get to see her kids. Somewhere in her mind, she probably thought she was. And whether her parents got to see her kids or not was not her business at that point. It is not going to be your business anymore, ever again, Diane, what your children do. And that, my friend, was cut off and severed the day that you shot one of them dead and injured the other two. So, yeah, and I know, yeah, tons of parole hearings, and they never go like this. They never let people just drone on and on and on. And my only suspicion and my only reason for thinking that is that over the last 42 years, Diane Downs has put in all kinds of motions and habeas corpus, ineffective counsel. Everybody's done her wrong. So I think they just let her drone on and on so that they really could just nip it in the bud and say, you see, this is the reason we're still not going to let her out. And they just, the bitch likes to hear herself talk, just plainly. She talked herself in a corner the minute she opened her mouth. Absolutely did. Just proved, in my opinion, that she will never be rehabilitated. So you're on the retribution side. You're on the retribution side. To get parole, you have A, admit to everything you have done, and B, prove you're rehabilitated. So Hannah is also on the retribution side. Yeah, they're not your children anymore. Hannah agrees with you. You guys are sharp cookies. Does that make sense? Sharp cookies. Shouldn't I say that you guys are like sharp forks and sweet cookies? So glad they let her talk and talk. Yeah, me too. It gives us stuff to talk about. The only other person I've heard talk like Diane is Charles Manson. Yes, absolutely. But at least Diane has some sort of a coherent speech pattern. Charles Manson was something else. not a, not exactly a coherent speech pattern all the time, was he?
they examined the whole car. There was no marijuana. No marijuana in the trunk, not even residue. And anybody who does drugs, you deal with a lot of drug addicts. Anybody who deals with drugs has drugs, there's residue everywhere. Marijuana is a crumbly leaf. It would have been everywhere. There's none in the trunk. Why would I write something that was completely fabricated to hurt me when Fred was going to,
We don't know,
he didn't want
Diane.
to
You tell
terminate my
us.
parental rights. Go get the transcript. He is the only one
Rude?
that said no. No.
So
I don't know where the letter came from, so go ahead. And
when you think about your two surviving children, so SDD
yes,
and CAD, how do you think
yes.
they were impacted from this crime?
Oh my God.
Okay. So this is a really good question. The parole board is asking her to tell them how she thinks Danny and Christy were impacted from this crime. Pay really, really close attention to what she says. I have not heard it, but I'm going to guarantee you the rhetoric will not be about how upset and how hurt and how sad the things that happened to her children are. This is going to be about Diane. It's going to be about Diane. It has to be about Diane. So let's see what she says. Ugh, I'm almost like sick to my stomach waiting to hear this.
After this, after the shooting, I was still going to work, going to the store, getting gas. And people all the time, because of the media hype, people were constantly going, oh, there's that lady that shot her kids.
right off the frickin' jump. Right off the jump. The question was, how is it that how have the two children been affected by the incident? And she jumps in automatically to, well, after the shooting, I was going out to gas stations and going out to do this, that, and the other. And there were people that were looking at me. They were looking at me. They were like, there's that lady that shot her kids. Wow. Just literally the first sentence. I thought at least there'd be one sentence. No, there just isn't. Oh, sickening.
That hurt. Now look back. Christy had to go to school. Your mom shot you. Kids are mean. And then after I went to prison, she's walking in the store. What do you think Christy hears? Oh, there's that little girl that put her mom in prison. But Christy kept telling him that mom didn't do it.
Where is any of that says that Christy said any of that? You're just making shit up out of the middle of your damn ass. I don't. Not even about her kids. What the actual fuck? Nothing about her kids. Charles Manson's another one that never rehabilitated, never even had any intention to. He was lost in a different space and time, wasn't he? She didn't waste any words on her children, not one single word on what her children had gone through and how that impacted them. After the shooting, I still had to go to the store. People would stare. It hurt me. Christy had to go to school and hear that her mom shot her and she was made fun of. It was hard for both of us. Yes. Yes, her daughter testified against her. She focused on how it hurt her, how people treated her, and how embarrassing the aftermath was. She didn't concentrate on the physical, the emotional, the lifelong suffering of her two children that she shot so callously. Even when she mentioned Christy being mocked, she framed it as a part of her own hardship, not her daughter's trauma. Again, we've talked about it the last couple of days. The reflection should be outward of her and on her children. But instead, she pivots and goes right back inside of herself. Her version of empathy is self referential. If her children suffered, it's because it reflected badly on her. You bitch. Oh Lord, yes. No, 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 Manson on social media. That's never even crossed my mind. That would be a dangerous little series of events. You'd love to have been able to talk to Charles Manson. I think a lot of people would love to have picked his brain. Her son is paralyzed and the other daughter passed away, and that she has one that had a stroke and had days and days and days upon days of waiting just to be able to speak, to tell her side of the story. Her daughter has shown an immense amount of strength just to be able to tell the world that her mother did this to her. And still, as children, still loving your parents regardless, knowing what they did. She was still fearful of her. She can be. She can be nauseating. Repeat after me, Cindy says. We cannot expect well behavior from sick people. We don't, but we sure do love to talk about it. What a day. Diane's still a loser. Yeah, we're not going to expect anything different, but we're sure as hell going to talk about it.
Don't call me needy. Don't call me needy.
You can You call me needy if you need to, because I need this. I need this time with y'all. Do I remember seeing Manson on TV during the trial? I was a kid. I remember, no way I would talk to him. You thought he was frightful? I saw him. Okay, I'll be completely and 100% honest. I have an uncle that could pass as Manson. So I never saw him as scary looking. I never saw him as scary looking, but when I started hearing him talk, I was so taken aback like by his charisma, and I could understand nothing he said, but I was taken back by the charisma that he had, and I could see why everybody was in awe of just wanting to sit and listen to him talk because you couldn't really get into it. But I wasn't scared of him. It was more just like a, huh? Really? Kind of moment. But it's only because I had a family member. My uncle looks, has a likeness. Yeah, her daughter remembers. Danny might not. You're terrified of him, just his face alone. I don't find him scary. I find him soft, if I'm being completely honest with you. He didn't ever do any. Like he did never physically, well, that we know of. But from what we've been told, he never physically went in there and hurt anybody himself, right? He just told everybody what to do. But I do hear that on that compound they had quite a bit of other things going on. His followers are scarier than him himself. Yeah, yeah. I would too. Yeah, he kept his hands clean. Thank you, Encycla Ramada. You guys seem very interested in Manson. Maybe we should go over some of the Manson files. That would be fun. Everybody's done it. We can do it too.
CAD kept saying, Mom didn't do it, Mom didn't do it, Mom didn't do it. When she was 15, she received a phone call from a woman in Nevada, pretending to be a 13-year-old girl. The woman tape recorded the conversation with CAD. And Christy said, I don't know what happened. They just kept bothering me, and I said what they wanted to hear so they would leave me alone. Christy knows. Christy knows. And she didn't put me in prison. The state put me in prison. Christy did not do this. And yet Christy has to live with that burden. How has this impacted her? Every single day, Christy has to live with the fact that people behind her back are saying, you're the one who put your mom in prison. And I can't protect her from that. I can't save her from that. Danny, my parents saw Daniel when they received a phone call from somebody who said, your son is going to be at a school fair. I mean, your grandson. I'm sorry, SDD. If you want to see SDD, your grandson, go to the school fair. He's going to be there. So they went. They sat in the parking lot in their car and they waited. And Joanne showed up with SDD. And she came with his walker to his side of the car and said, come on, let's go see the birds. He goes, no, I want my wheelchair. And she said, SDD, no, you need to walk. You can walk. You need to practice. No, I want my wheelchair. My dad said, my son gave Joanne hell. Sorry, Joanne. My son gave Joanne hell, which meant only that my son was suffering emotionally. He could walk. He didn't want to. He was angry. He was frustrated because he was so able-bodied. He used to ride on his uncle's shoulders to play basketball. Uncle James would hand the basketball up and he'd put it in. He couldn't do that anymore because he didn't have an Uncle James anymore. And he didn't have anybody that was going to play basketball with him anymore. How has this impacted my children? How has it not? Everything about their lives. They don't know their grandparents. They don't know their cousins. They had one cousin. They've never seen him again. They have a lot of cousins now. They've never met them. I'm sure they have children, and if Christy's a smart girl, and she is, her children don't, if CAD has children, she won't tell them who their grandma is. Because everything that she went through, her children will have to go through. Oh, your grandma's that crazy woman in prison. How do you think that impacts my children?
Oh, Lord.
Everything about this has impacted them. Yeah, the state put me in prison. Culpable, yes. But I am the one that took them out there that day, that night. You know, just that earlier that day, I got off work and I stopped by the realtor because the kids and I had been house hunting. And we on the weekends we would go, on Sundays we would go, and we found a house up in Cottage Grove where I worked. And I stopped by the realtor and they said, yeah, they're willing to make terms with you on putting a small amount down. And I came home, I was so excited. I told the kids, they were excited. They'd been asking to adopt a kitten. And when I said they're willing to make terms on us buying that house, we're going to rent to own. We're going to rent first until we get the down payment. And they said, then can we now have the kitten? Absolutely. So we went and picked up the kitten. We went to the store. We bought kitty litter and we bought cat food. And then that night, it was over. Our life.
That is such a random memory, is it not? Like, we were going to rent this house and I hadn't quite moved yet, but they went ahead and went and got the cat before they moved and went and got cat litter and food. It's such a random story in the middle of all of that. Yeah. As if her children even understood the real estate financial terms. That's crazy. It's so weird.
It was over. How has my decisions impacted my kids? How is it not? How is it not?
So I want to turn to some previous parole hearings, and I'm just really curious. I mean, why, when you think about your previous parole hearings, why do you think you were not paroled?
Not found suitable? Not paroled?
Okay, so here we go with the second question. The first one was, how did it impact your two children? And the second one is, why do you think you were not paroled? That's all he said. He didn't say not found suitable. He just said, why do you think you were not paroled? So I'm kind of interested to hear what she says. This is definitely going to be about her.
Well, you know, I've written you a lot of letters, and I'm not short on on legal detail. There was minimums involved, and the law says you cannot parole me before, unless everybody on the board agrees. You cannot override the minimum. It takes all 5 of you to override a minimum. So there's that. I think everything that we've just discussed, because they made previous boards made their decision that day, they did not.
Did the previous boards make the decision the same day? I don't know that they did. Maybe they did. They did for Susan Smith. It was like right then and right there. He was the worst because, oh yeah, we're talking about that. Kate said in other parole hearings that the story, Kate's Nana said the other parole hearings, the story without the cat was different. So hopefully we'll be able to look into that, see what that was. So this is when she says she's innocent of shooting and guilty of putting her kids in danger. So I think it's still not going to relate to the reason that the previous parole boards did not parole her, but we shall see.
They were not open to receiving the documents that I have, that I didn't know that I would need to present. You are willing to receive those and to take those under consideration. I think it was a foregone conclusion that you just, anybody who's been sentenced under ORS 161.725 their imprisonment has to be continued until they are found, until it is discovered that they no longer suffer from a severe personality disorder. Basically, that's the bottom line. There's other speculations. And again, I can only go by what they said. And I can speculate on why why I think they did what they did, but only they know. But I now have Dr. Milky. I suffer from no major mental disorder. So therefore that frees you to make a decision that by law, I'm not going to try to tell you the law. 3 of you are attorneys. You know the law. I don't have to teach you anything that you already know. And it would be stupid of me to try. But I really think that was it. I think because people still said, oh, she suffers from a severe mental, disorder, then there it is. But now I have a psychologist of your choosing and a psychologist of my attorney's choosing. Both say the same thing.
Did you hear her slow that or throw that little slight out there? Is that she has a psychologist of the attorney's choosing and the parole board's choosing, not one that she wanted. That's going to believe her hands down and tell everybody that they believe her hands down. You guys are choosing it, so therefore I probably won't ever get out because it's up to you guys to choose. Why are we spinning?
No severe psychological disorder. And so therefore, I think it's different this time. I believe, and I hope for my mom's sake and my brother's sake and my sister and my whole family, that you take that into consideration and that the decision will be different this time.
There's documentation where I've seen you suggest that terrorists or other individuals have threatened parole board members in the past to stop you from being paroled. Do you still feel like that's correct?
I'm not being facetious, so please don't take it this way. Have you guys received a threat this time? No? Because there was a written threat before. There was a written threat on 2010. And if you have not received any threats, then, and I haven't, Miss Wheeler said, Miss Downs, we understand you're telling the truth. We get it. You haven't been lying to us. So I am assuming that either the threat doesn't exist or the threatener is gone. And we're all getting old. You guys aren't, but I am. Everybody that I know is. My mom is 88. But anybody else that was involved in my life, we're all geriatric now. So perhaps the person that was.
No, they're saying that outside sources threatened the parole board, and that was why she wasn't able to be let go because, it obviously led back to her. Yeah, I'm sure she has that written paper somewhere, right? It's choked. Oh my goodness, this woman.
Threatening is also gone. Almost everybody that I've known is gone.
Oh, okay. That's why you guys aren't getting any threats in the 2025 parole hearing. It's because everybody that used to threaten is gone because we're all getting old. We're all geriatric, and they just couldn't perform anymore. They just couldn't do it. She's put everybody in the wheelchairs.
So I want to ask you a little bit about some of those statements. And just so you know, we've only got about 4 more questions on this topic, and then we're going to move on. So we're getting close to the end of this topic. But I do want to ask you that. So in 2020, you wrote the board, and you said that the 2010 board began your parole hearing with the words, quote, "We have no reason to deny you parole," concluded that same hearing then by denying you parole. And then you also wrote, quote, "Member Candace Wheeler suggested my elderly parents would be in danger from my stalker if I paroled to them. It's logical to conclude the board simply didn't know how to release me and keep everyone safe from an identifiable threat." And then you went on to say just a few minutes ago that when I was asking you about the threats, you said that Miss Wheeler had said, "You have not been lying to us. We get it." So the interesting thing, right, is that we actually have the transcript for the 2010 parole hearing, and none of those words are there.
Bam!
So
Who?
can you help me out? Can you
Who said what, said where, and then this is the first time in 3 hours and 15 minutes that we hear the guy from the parole board actually give it back to her. He's getting tired of this. Every time she turns around, she is condescendingly telling them exactly who's going to do what, where, how, and when. And he is done. He's like, no, ma'am, we've got these transcripts. Not one place in these transcripts does it show anywhere why somebody would say, we have no reason to deny you parole. And then at the end of the parole, deny you parole because they were threatened. Yeah, he's dropping that mic. He is done. He's done. Like, he's tired of hearing about your mess. We're almost done here. Like, I think he was letting the parole board know, not just her.
Can you help me out with that?
You do not have the transcript of the 2010 hearing. You do not have the transcript of the 2010 hearing.
Bitch, what? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Allegedly speculating. Do you hear this hooer? She literally, this man just said, okay, ma'am, we have the transcript of the hearing. And she turns around and tells this man, no, no, you don't. You do not. What happened to Southern? Suzanne Smith lives close to me. I was friends with her husband, David. We worked together. Interesting, Southern Cats. It's very interesting. David seems so level-headed at the time. I don't know him. Never met him, but she is absolutely so freaking rude. Everybody say hello to allegedly speculating. Hannah, would you do me a favor? Could you drop Rubber Ramada's um, links in here? Allegedly speculating's links in here. Allegedly speculating has so much stuff going on today that she is going to be streaming a full-on marathon of thought processes that she could not get out of her head today into tomorrow. It's going to be wonderful. So make sure you guys tune in. I know, what the hell? Oh, snail trail. She just does whatever she wants, however she wants to do it. If a please. Thank you, Twisted Quill. I like how you said that. I heard that in my head, how you said that. Thank you very much, Hannah, for dropping those links for me. I do hope your Veterans Day was quiet and chill and you got it? Yay! I'm so happy for you. That's one step closer to getting closer to me. Get down here, girl. Get over there. I need to hop up in that state and go see you. I cannot wait. It's quite funny and jarring as the Jeep shut off several times. I cannot wait to hear about that. Doesn't matter. New to you. I've always said that used to everybody else is new to me. Slap a new air freshener up on that dash on that window there. Roll the windows down and get out of here. Hopefully you remembered by the time you got home on that 3-hour trip. I'm so happy for you, Jess. Congratulations. Congratulations. You just bought a used car? You know, I just realized, True Crime Butterfly, is that for does that stand for the Dallas Cowboys in your butterfly wings? Is that the Dallas Cowboys star? That's amazing. With them boys. Buying a new car off the lot is lame sauce. You don't like used, you like previously owned. Yeah. Previously owned. Heck yeah, I bought a used car, no car payment. Cash cars are the best. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Oh, my husband would be happy to see that. Yes, Dallas Cowboys for life. Like I said, we them boys. They're not doing very well, but we ain't gonna tell nobody, are we?
I received it. They refused to give it to me. In 2010, when I was doing my request for administrative review, I asked for a copy of the transcript because the Exhibit A was going to be Candace Wheeler saying, Miss Downs, you have done more than we have asked. That is amazing. We have no reason to deny you parole. That was going to be Exhibit A. And they did not send me the transcript. I asked for a transcript again. They also didn't send me their.
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but that is the most quiet I have heard the clickety clacking after that guy freaking told her, "We've got the transcript," and she told him, "No, you don't." I did not hear no clickety clacking. It's crazy.
Their, a back sheet for a long time, But I asked for that transcript 3 times. By the 3rd time, which was like 2 years later, the next board, Miss Wheeler was gone, and the next board perceived that as a request for a parole consideration hearing.
Oh my god, somebody just sighed so big in the background. It just sighed so big. It was like, like at this. Oh my goodness, they're so over her.
It was not a request for a parole consideration hearing. I was still requesting the transcript from the 2010 hearing. So it was misconstrued. They still did not give it to me. It was not until Joanne Miller sent me a copy of the transcript. My brother got a thumb drive finally in 2020. It was like 4 months before the hearing. My brother contacted the secretary there, and she sent him a thumb drive of the audio of the transcript. And he just lit into me. "Diane, why are you so mean to those people? Why were you arguing with that man?" I said, "There was only one man, Aaron Felton, and he only said 2 sentences. What are you talking about?" He goes, "No, he didn't. You guys argued for 2.
Did you hear that there once again? She sighed again. She sighed again. They're so freaking over this. She's implying that the board is lacking the materials to do the damn hearing. They're missing key records, so obviously they can't make a consistent, determination that you're crazy. Well, allegedly. Insane. That is insane. Finger cramps. Yeah, they probably got finger cramps. That's why. She's over it. Finger bangs? Clackety clack. Don't talk back. That's the first time I've ever heard Cindy say she was speechless. Even me, I'm more like, what the hell is going on? I'm so confused. She wants us to be confused, though. No finger bangs. The pic is definitely the stuff of nightmares, and we've been looking at it for 5 streams in a row. She curls her bangs with her finger, Bella. She has to. And she has to get the other girl in the cell to like walk up close and go, for the heat. Probably how they curl their eyelashes too. It's insane.
2 hours. You just kept getting in his face and arguing with him." And I said, "I did not." I said, "Miss Wheeler was the one. She was the chairperson. She's the one that carried the day." And he goes, "No, Diane, I'm listening to it right now." And he was very, very upset at me. And I couldn't get a thumb drive. And it wasn't until Joanne Miller sent me a copy, not even the board. The board still did not send me a copy of the transcript. It wasn't until Joanne Miller sent me a copy of the transcript that I read it and went, "This is not a copy of the hearing." I speak in contractions. I don't want to go. I didn't do that. I can't remember. The whole thing is there's not one contraction in it. I don't know what it is, but it's not me. And the thumb drive, he says, my brother said, "Diane, it sounds like you." I said, "But it's not me." I don't know what to tell you except, and that's why.
Are you freaking kidding me? So she's telling this man that there's no way, first of all, there's no way that he has a copy of the 2010 transcripts. But second of all, because we all use contractions in everyday freaking speech, I mean, you guys are smart. Mash 2 words up together, right? 2 words. I am is I'm. They are there. I had, I'd. She's saying she doesn't speak in contractions. So therefore, it could not have been her. Hi, the pretend judge. I think she may just summon the heat of the of the HE double hockey sticks. I agree with you. She might be just on the verge. If she's not already in the demon crew herself. She looks like she belongs in The Walking Dead. She really does. Pretend Judge, it is so nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Papa Smurf's hair. Lisa. Oh, you guys are too much fun. With her thigh-high blue romper. I don't even want to think about her. Her with this face right here, this hairdo, and her finger bang curls, and her sleeveless, armless blue velvet thigh-high romper with her 2 nightsticks on her bike, waiting for honey buns on the other side of the wall. Her little honey buns, hairy thighs and all. Oh, girl. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
That is not correct. Because according to the Encyclopedia of...
Don't y'all have razors in there? Don't y'all have razors in there? It was a sunsuit, ma'am. You've seen her in that romper? No, ma'am. I don't want to know where, and I don't. Is it in your dreams? You know the right place. Yeah, welcome back, Encyclo Ramada. You missed a good opportunity to school us about contractions. You're in the right place at the right time. Boy, I have to look. I follow Hannah around these streets, and I'm telling you right now, you can ask her. I will. I have to log in to certain places, 3 different places, 4 different places sometimes to tell her, you behave yourself, Hannah. Behave herself. Oh, you saw her at onlyfelons.com. Duh. She's giving you contractions. Y'all have to listen and see if you hear her say hows, she's, shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't, don't, isn't, wasn't, hasn't. You'll have to let me know if you hear her saying that. Oh my gosh, Hannah. She looks like a werewolf in a romper.
Like Michelle Guyton, the following, when I went to board in 2020, that was her big hangup because I had not received a copy of the transcript yet, so I didn't know that it was a forgery. And when I told her what Candace Wheeler said, she wrote in her report that your version does not match reality. My version is reality, and what you guys have is not. You need to go back. You have access. And if you're
Bitch, don't tell them what they need to go and do. Don't tell them what they need to go and do. They're on the outside world. Listen, ma'am, at the end of every day, at the end of every single day, this man closes down his computer. He backs his chair up and he stretches tall, long. Then he reaches for his water bottle. He picks it up, reaches down, picks up his briefcase, turns around, and walks out the motherfucking door to his family, to his wife, who is at home, cooking him a 6-ounce steak smothered in mushrooms and onions, mashed potatoes and gravy, with green beans, side salad with ranch and extra tomatoes and pumpernickel bread. His kids are bathed. They come in, they tell their daddy good night. I hope you had a good day. Making straight A's in school. Running right up them soft, cushy stairs to that second floor, tucked in their little beds. While his wife comes and hugs his neck and says, how did it go today, babe? And sits down and tells the story of this narcissistic, histrionic piece of shit child killer who will remain in prison. You don't tell him a damn thing.
Honest with yourselves. If you really want to know the truth, go back and get the real videotape. The real videotape and see what was really said. I know you guys can do it. I really don't think somebody destroyed it. Maybe they did. I hope they didn't. And see the real videotape that was said. Candace Wheeler carried the whole day. We spent literally 2 hours talking about, we didn't talk about the case. We spent 2 hours talking about where I would parole and what I would do for a living. That was what we talked about for 2 hours. And then at the end, she goes, okay, so we're going to go ahead and deny you parole. Do you understand? Oh, and we'll see you in 2 years. Do you understand? And I said, no, I don't. She goes, we're denying you parole. We had a new law in 2009. We're denying you parole for 10 years, and we'll see you in 2. Do you understand? No, I still don't. So there you go.
Okay.
Every time I go to the board, I submit a request for administrative review. There is no request for administrative review for the 2010 hearing because I never received a copy of the transcript and I never had the opportunity to request review.
Okay.
And there you go. That, because they didn't send me the back sheet for the longest.
Okay.
That is the only one that does not have an administrative review because I did not have a copy of the transcript because they didn't want me to have it.
Okay.
Because of what it said.
All right. So Miss Downs, I appreciate that, but
All right, Miss Downs, shut your freaking mouth and let the man talk. You're about to get the smackdown like WWE. Roman Reigns on that ass. Like, calm down. He's going to spear you through your cell.
I want to ask you this question because I got 2 remaining. So I'm going to talk about the evaluation that you had with Dr. Guyton. This is a few years ago. So, and before I ask you this question, what I want to relay to you, right, is that it's not the board's job, certainly not within our purview, to decide whether you did or did not, in fact, commit the crimes that you were convicted of, right? That is not the board's role. So as of now, I have that you have been convicted for committing these crimes. And many of the questions we ask you are designed to kind of get at your insight and to get your understanding and to get your perspective. So I want to read you what Dr. Guyton wrote because this is something that's on my mind and I want to get your feedback. She wrote, quote, her previous violence occurred in the context of her care of vulnerable children for some purpose that has not yet been fully understood due to her denial of responsibility. Without understanding the motivations that led towards these acts, it is difficult to understand the risk of violence she poses in future situations if she should perceive a benefit for herself and the harm or removal of another vulnerable individual. I'm just curious to get your feedback on that statement.
I'm 70 years old. There aren't any more vulnerable people in my life. At least no more vulnerable than I am. I am actually innocent. I know it's not your job to decide whether or not I'm innocent. That's my attorney's job.
You skipped over the part where he was talking about Dr. Guyton's words. You skipped over the whole thing and you were still stuck on. You completely ignored everything that he just freaking said because you were stuck on the fact that he told you that it wasn't his job to see it any other way than the fact that your jacket says you're guilty. Your jacket says you're guilty. And you say that you're innocent. I'm innocent. But your jacket says you're guilty. You skipped over everything that the psychologist said about you and your lack of accountability and ability to admit your wrongdoings. Oh no, she'll never get it. We're spinning our wheels. I'm having fun spinning the wheels, but we're spinning our wheels. Absolutely. An actual quote from a transcript that they don't have? She was actually choking with the effort to not interrupt him and completely and 100% glazed over everything that was just said. Everything.
Guyton wrote, because this is something that's on my mind and I want to get your feedback.
So I want to see, when did that come in? I'm looking for when that report came in. Board contracted psychologist came in when? My computer is slow today. It was the jury that said you're guilty, not your attorney, dumbass. You know, you were tried in the court of law. Board contracted psychologist feedback from 2013. Downs objects to the doctor's evaluation of her intolerant subject to stifled anger and worse off now than I was in 2008. They told her back then that she was intolerant, had stifled anger, and she was worse off in 2013 than she was even in the 2008 hearing. Dr. Michelle Guyton, is an Oregon board certified forensic psychologist who performs parole evaluations for the state. Diane alleges that Dr. Guyton referenced an MP3 recording tied to the 2010 hearing and argues it was inaccurate or manufactured. Go figure. That's her claim in 2021 in the brief, and her reply. It's not an official board statement, but it was her official reply. It was inaccurate and manufactured. Intolerant, she's subject to stifled anger and worse off than she was in 2008. She expressed very little empathy or remorse. That came from both 2008 and 2010.
He wrote, quote, her previous violence occurred in the context of her care of vulnerable children for some purpose that has not yet been fully understood due to her denial of responsibility. Without understanding the motivations that led towards these acts, it is difficult to understand the risk of violence she poses in future situations if she should perceive a benefit for herself and the harm or removal of another vulnerable individual. I'm just curious to get your feedback on that statement.
I'm 70 years old. There aren't any more vulnerable people in my life. At least no more vulnerable than I am. I am actually innocent. I know it's not your job to decide whether or not I'm innocent. That's my attorney's job, and she will be taking that up next week. Well, beginning the process. It is a process. And I don't know how else to address that. I did not commit this crime. There's no reason to believe that I would commit another crime that somebody else committed. There's no reason to believe that.
This is, I would say, this is probably the longest running cognitive loop for a proclamation of innocence I have ever come across. 42 years of this longest running cognitive loop, cognitive dissonance control. She already said she was guilty of putting her kids in danger but not shooting them. Oh, this is still her narrative preservation because she's saying that she's maintaining her innocence. It's not the parole board's problem to determine that she was guilty, but she's telling you that she's innocent. So she's still preserving her narrative. Man, she's so defiant, man. Her whole life is an ongoing investigation, right? rather than just looking at it that there was a conclusion. She was convicted. That's a conclusion. You were convicted. She shifts all the focus away from that, and it's just an ongoing investigation in her head over and over and over, a loop of the longest running cognitive loop I have ever come across in a study. I don't. There is a word that forensic psychologists use for people that are in this state of the eventual vindication. Eventually, I will be exonerated. Eventually, I'll get out of here. The belief that they'll have eventual vindication that protects their ego so they don't collapse, so they don't just fall apart right there. It's called perpetual exoneration syndrome. It's a real thing in forensic psychology. Perpetual exoneration system. It's an enduring belief in eventual vindication that protects her ego from collapse because otherwise she'd just fall right down in front of you guys. Classic Diane. Using the promise of new evidence to keep her story alive because she is the star of the show. The Lori Diabelides. Her mother is vulnerable. Her grandchildren are vulnerable. They're in danger if she's free. Absolutely. She reminds me of the teacher aide who convinced these teen boys to do her husband in, still denies it. I remember that. I remember that. She used sexual seduction, if I'm not mistaken, to content. That was a crazy ride. Pretend Judge says, I don't take anything serious from someone who unalives her children, hurts two more, and escapes prison to get pregnant. I'm so glad she will never get paroled. She has 4 vulnerable, still living children. You are 100% correct. I know that's right. Diabetes. She's a legend in her own mind. Absolutely a legend in her own mind. And what intrigues me the most is that no matter what we do, no matter what we say, and no matter how it goes, we wouldn't be able to convince her. The parole board can't convince her. She believes her own lies herself, and it's going to be like this. 1984, 1990s, 2000s, 2008 parole hearing, 2025. She's going to be like this until the day she dies. She's going to die on this hill. Unknown children in the grocery store are vulnerable if she gets there. Absolutely. I believe that. I believe she's a danger to society as a whole. I do remember that. Yeah, if I wanted him dead, I would have thought of a better way to do it. Yeah, I think of a better way to do it. It's pathetic. It is sad. It's sad, really. It's sad that she's got living children that she's never looked in the face, even through bars, and said, I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry I shot you and killed your sister.
All right, and then lastly, um, so ultimately, what I think about is that I wonder whether or not um, that one of the reasons why you claim innocence, and I just want your feedback, is that because of all of the things that have been identified about the narcissistic personality disorder, that it's just too much for you to be able to admit that you harmed your own children, and that you've convinced yourself that you were not involved because it's just too much. It's too hard to admit that you were responsible for that. I wonder whether or not that is kind of what's going on. And I don't necessarily, I guess, expect an epiphany today. I'm just curious with your, for your feedback on that. That's all.
I did not shoot my children. I know full well I did not shoot my children. There is no little secret locked away in my brain. There was no gunshot residue on my hands.
It's ultimately what I think about is that I wonder whether one of the reasons you claim innocence is because of all the things identified about your narcissistic personality disorder. That is too much for you to admit that you harmed your own children, that you've convinced yourself you weren't involved because it would be too hard for you to face it. That is one of the most powerful moments that we have heard in the whole hearing so far because it breaks her narrative and it leads to her psychological implications of why she can't admit to what she's done, admit to her children what she's done, that she's repressed and reconstructed her whole reality so deeply, so genuinely inside of her that she believes her own denial. She's reconstructed the whole thing so many times, she's probably lost in her own narrative. The psychiatric evaluations for narcissistic traits, lack of empathy, self justification, emotional detachment that she has, all of this stuff have come from the earliest evaluations up to 2010, I believe, 2013 maybe. And he's trying to give her an out. He's trying to tell her, you may not be consciously deceitful. You may be emotionally incapable of accepting that truth. It's one of the most nuanced things any of the parole boards have said to her. Denying, denial might not be a strategy, but psychological necessity for her. That's deep. That's deep. That guy gets, I mean, I'm not saying that he gets her, but he gets what's happening. He gets what's happening. Let me go see what you guys are saying. I'm so sorry. If I was a parole board member, I'd want to go home after this hearing and sleep for 2 days. Can you imagine her, Lori, Sarah Boone all in the same cell? Oh, hell no. Nope. Nope. It's possible, pretend I think it's ego as opposed to horrific childhood trauma causing a split, but it's entirely possible. What did you say? What did you say? I almost wonder with Diane if there's a split personality. Does she think the shaggy haired man truly exists? I don't know. Either way, she needs to stay put. Yeah, I agree with that. She does need to stay put. So you're saying you think it's ego as opposed to trauma enough to split her personality. I gotcha. Narcissistic people do seem to have two personalities, in your opinion, Lisa? So offering her a branch to sort of admit her being guilty and she's not going to take it. No way will she take it. That's what makes her so dangerous. I agree. Thought maybe she couldn't admit it to her father. There was a weird desire to impress him. I had a similar dynamic. Thankfully, my pops worked hard to mend it. He passed in 2017. I'm sorry for your loss. You can project if you want to. At least you're cognitive enough to admit it when that happens. I'm really sorry for your loss. That sucks. I'm really lucky I have both my mom and my dad still. Sarah Boone, Diane Downs, Susan Smith, Lori Daybell, Donna Adelson, Shanda Vander Ark, Taylor Business, Ruby Frankie, and Jody Hildebrandt, Letitia Stout, Liliana Simmons, and Megan Boswell. Girl, are you trying to build a prison or a... All right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm not sure what you're trying to build over there, Hannah. Interesting, pretend judge. I'm sorry you went through that. Yeah, me too. Cell together with publicly viewable cameras. Mm-mm. Seems most likely. Ironic how the sketch looks almost just like Diane of the bushy-haired man. I thought I was the only one who thought that. Allegedly, probably give up her channel just to see that feed on repeat.
The gun, they spent hours and hours and hours and weeks looking for the gun, never found it. So it wasn't like it was just um, somewhere along the route. There is no reason. I didn't have money problems. Somebody said I didn't have money. I had money problems. I think that was in somebody's report, the DA's report. I didn't have money problems. I had money in the bank. We were buying a house. I had a full-time job with the federal government. There were no stressors in my life. I had moved close to my parents. My parents were babysitting. My mom was babysitting. My dad was at work all day.
Ma'am, your stressors were the fact that the man you were dating behind everybody's back that was already with another woman and married to someone else and told you he didn't want kids, and you decided that the stressors in your life were your kids. Are you missing something? Are you missing something?
My mom was at home all day babysitting my kids. So I knew that they were safe and they were being cared for. I was no longer getting beat up by my ex-husband. I had a new boyfriend. I mean, when I was young and stupid, and back then, new boyfriends were cool. So there was no
New boyfriends were cool. They're the ones that I killed my children for.
motivation for me to commit that crime. And I didn't commit that crime. And now we have evidence in the form of DNA and witnesses and confession of the person who
Allegedly.
actually did it
Allegedly.
that will prove that I did not commit this crime. I have searched my soul. The police for months kept saying, Diane, you just don't remember everything. You block things out. You are repressed. And so I would think,
Why does the police give a good god darn what it is that you got going on in your mind? You are a damn liar. A damn liar. You don't do anything truthful whatsoever. And then you make up these. You know what? From now on, when I talk, I'm going to be like, yeah, Hannah told me that I just couldn't remember everything. And that's the reason I don't have to have any accountability because, well, Hannah said, and True Crime Butterfly says that I'm good to go. I'm innocent of all things. Yeah, and well, Content Angel says it's okay for me to be rude because I'm not going to remember it tomorrow. I'm not going to remember. I'm going to go up on Allegedly's panel and I'm just going to wreck the whole damn thing and cuss and get her demonetized. But Hannah says it's okay because I'm not even going to remember it. It's all right. The police don't give a damn. The police don't give a damn.
and think and think and think, what is it that I'm missing? What is it that I'm missing? And I would think about it so much that I would have nightmares about it. And then I would think maybe my nightmares are my unconscious mind trying to give me the answers. But that wasn't the case either. That was simply people planting thoughts. I can relate to what CAD had to go through with people saying, well, okay, but do you think maybe your mom, and you just don't want to say it because it's not safe? I mean, everything that you just said, and you're not even an attorney, but everything you just said came straight out of the Lake County playbook right there. That's why I was kind of smiling.
You think it's a playbook. That's the whole fucking problem in this. Is that you think everything is a game. It wasn't an accusation. The man had insight. He wasn't calling her a liar. He was describing her mind that she's rewriting her own story so that she could survive. She doesn't just deny the crime. She's built her whole identity around that denial. The man did not accuse you of anything. He didn't even call you a liar, of which you are. He was giving you the option to at least understand that you might be unable to admit it psychologically. And yes, yes, Ace, play games, get prizes of life in prison. You heard it? Oh, for God's sake. I can't lie. I had to look that up. Diane is pretty much the definition of androgynous. Oh, I like that. You you smart, pretend judge. I like you. Allegedly says I can come on up and pretend that everything is peaches and roses and sunshines and then ruin everything and then blame it on Hannah. So I can do that. Yeah, we'll have to put that sketch beside her ugly mug.
Because that's the kind of thing that they said to me back then. That's the things they said to CAD. And there's no repression. I did not. There's physical evidence that I did not shoot my children. There's no physical evidence that I did shoot my children. I am actually innocent. My attorney is going to be working her butt off on that, and maybe,
It's
just
been
maybe,
42 years, Diane. It's been 42 years. Okay, and don't get me wrong. Don't start in on me on the we've exonerated people after 42 years with the Innocence Project. Ma'am, the Innocence Project has not picked you up. They will not pick you up. They do not believe in you, Wade Wilson Sr. Not, she's just Wade Wilson vibes I'm getting here. They don't believe in your innocence. Nobody believes in your innocence but you and your little mind. That's it. That's it.
when this is all over, I will have answers for what happened and why.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Downs. Again, I know I asked a lot of questions on this topic. Ms. Cleaver, any additional questions?
Yes. So Mr. Bailey asked you to tell us what happened on April 7th. And what you said is that you talked about your friend Heather, the horse, taking the article or the ad to her, and then on the way back running into this person on the road. That's what you say happened that night, correct?
Yes, May 19th.
Okay. So you had a psychological evaluation with Dr. Milkey. You said that Dr. Milkey, it was in general a good evaluation. And so at the time of your evaluation, he asked you what happened. And this is not what you told him. What you told him is that you were romantically involved with an investigator who was attempting to bring down a dirty DA. This person pursued you to enter an environment where illegal activities were occurring. You go on to say that you received an anonymous phone call telling her, if I wanted pictures of Pat Horton for my boyfriend, come on over. You then went to meet that person to get these pictures and took the children with you. You stopped in the road where you saw a man. You got out of the car. The man leapt into the car and began discharging the firearm. Then you talk about pretending to throw the keys.
Holy Mother of Mary. You said you were out visiting Heather, taking an article to her about the horse. You stopped, ran into a person on the road, but then that's not what you told in the psychological evaluation that you had with Dr. Milkey. So it's not about the date for her. This is about the pattern, right? She's giving different versions of the same night to different people depending on her audience and depending on the context that she thinks that they want her to give. That's pathetic. Dandy, it is so nice to see you. She looks like the bride of Chucky. I do. Don't disagree with that. Yeah, facepalm all day long. Diane's bullshit story is older than I am. I mean, I'm 44. It's only 2 years younger than I am. Why would you stop for a strange man, get out of the car, and your children are in the dang car? Mm, according to her, she just did. To the board, she tries to sound reflective and harmless. I was visiting a friend. I met someone on the road. And I mean, dang. Anything to the evaluators that she can add or omit in the way of details to make herself look less culpable and more of a victim. By pointing out that the account didn't match her prior interview with Dr. Bailey, the board is showing her and showing us that she's still manipulating the narrative 4 decades later. Diane doesn't have one truth. She has versions, fluid versions, recollections that she just adjusts to control the room, the sympathy, or the dramatic effect of how you're going to feel at the end of the day. She finds this to be mundane. It's a mundane detail for her. The earlier reports doesn't mean anything to her. The day doesn't mean anything to her. She's reliving it, whichever story it is that she thinks that you want to hear every time you say it. That way she doesn't have to feel the weight of what happened, what really happened that night. Yeah, she does sound like Eeyore. When Mr. Bailey asked her what happened on April the 7th, Diane said she'd gone to visit her friend. He reminded her that in the evaluation with Dr. Milky, she gave a completely different story and told her flat out, well, and then the evaluator she's talking to now told her flat out, this is not what you told him. Does she remind you of Eileen Wuornos? I will be honest with you. I find Eileen Wuornos to be a lot more factual in what she says about certain things, and that's as far as I'll go with that because this is not the one we're talking about tonight. But we did go do a deep dive on allegedly speculating um, a while back, and it was a great deep dive where some of us were really truly emotionally torn with what had happened to Eileen Wuornos from her childhood on up to the first time that she did become, um, I would say, a victim of assault in some ways of a sexual nature. But I find her to be a whole lot more factual than Diane Downs. In some ways, so don't get me wrong. Allegedly, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should pull that up and like review your review. We should probably do that. That would be good to do. It's been a while. It's been a year or so. It was a really good series. I really appreciated that.
So that's not what you told us this morning. And this was not that long ago that you told Dr. Milky that this was what happened. Why is there such a huge discrepancy in your version of what happened today?
I don't perceive it as a huge discrepancy. I did go to Heather's house. We did take her an ad, and I did meet a man on the road, and he did get in the car, discharge the weapon, and we struggled.
Okay, well,
That is the truth.
You did not tell us, however, that you had received a phone call that took you out there. Did you?
Venetia?
I know that's
Still
right.
under restraint until we finish our DNA?
That lady's side's so big. Bitch, when you're confronted with anything, you ought to. Benicia, you want me to keep my mouth shut now until we get through talking about the DNA? Just tell them you don't want me to say nothing. Just tell them that, okay? Tell them you want me to hush. I already been talking too much as it is.
I can't hear my attorney. I can't.
I'm sorry. It would be better to not discuss any.
Even her own attorney is signing at her. Oh, we can't talk about that. No, we can't talk about it. That's rooted in truth.
Want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Nobody cares.
Okay. Theories right now.
Right. I will be stepping on her new evidence. I don't want to. She has a case to present, and I'm leaving it alone.
Okay, so you.
Ma'am, you're stepping on her evidence. This is your freaking case. And I realize that you have a lawyer, and she probably would advise you to keep your fat mouth shut and cover them little nasty yellow prison teeth. But we're 42 years past that freaking narrative. Either throw us a bone or shut up. It's time to shit or get off the pot, as they say. A penny for a pound, Diane. Throw it all in there. Let's go.
You're refusing to answer that question about the discrepancies.
Damn right she
on the
is.
advice of counsel. Is that what I'm hearing?
There you go.
All right.
Yes.
Well, let's go on then. You also talked about in another event that that the woman claiming to be your daughter Amy, that her father was the person who shot the children. Do you recall that?
No.
Hold up. What the heck did I miss? I'm sorry. I was too busy reading this. Content Angel says, by the way, Guys, there's something up with Diane's attorney. It's very rare for a person from the UK to come here and be an American attorney, so something doesn't smell right. Is she from the UK? I didn't realize. I mean, I'm not saying that she isn't. I get the accent, but I just didn't realize that she came here for that specifically. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Now, what did she say here?
No, no, no.
No, 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 no. I'm going to back up just slightly, not very far.
I can't hear my attorney. I can't.
I'm sorry. It would be better to not discuss any alternate theories right now.
Right. I will be stepping on her new evidence. I don't want to. She has a case to present, and I'm leaving it alone.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that question about the discrepancies on the advice of counsel. Is that what I'm hearing?
There you go.
All right.
Yes.
Well, let's go on then. You also talked about in another event that that the woman claiming to be your daughter Amy, that her father was the person who shot the children. Do you recall that?
No.
No.
Not claiming. Everybody keeps saying that I'm claiming this stuff. I'm asking. He is John Budke's friend, Frank.
There we go. Spinning up another freaking phantom. So she shifted this narrative over the years as well. It's one of the claims that she's repeated several times in different forms. Amy, her fourth child, she always ties that child's father into the case, somehow or another. So she gave birth to her fourth child, a baby girl, in July of 1984 while awaiting trial for the shooting of her three other children. The baby was later adopted by another family and renamed. That's Rebecca Babcock. We talked a little bit about her. Becky later appeared on 2020 and other programs discussing her biological connection to Downs, but that she was not part of the ongoing crime. Or ongoing. I see she's got me thinking it's ongoing. Part of the original crime. Jeez. Sure, Jan. Sure, right? Is Amy the baby in her belly at trial or her surrogate baby? No, the surrogate baby was before all of that stuff happened. According to what we read in the last couple of episodes. And the girls told me that too. It was before all of this stuff happened. Give me a break. How is she allowed to withhold any info from a parole board? Isn't her case over? I'm confused. Apparently, they are putting in a motion for a new trial based on new DNA evidence that was found or not found, allegedly. There's no motion out yet, so I don't know. Only Dr. John cites European law in America. Jandy, I'm dead. I'm dead.
That is not correct. Because according to the Encyclopedia of...
We're going to hell. Everybody jump on that train. Allegedly speculating always picks us up on the train. And it's really scary. If you have not seen it, I always ask her to play me Polar Express, but she doesn't do it anymore. She puts me right on the train, the scary train. That lawyer is thinking is helping her with the DNA. Yeah, yeah. She's supposed to be helping her with some new DNA evidence. Surrogate was at least before Danny was born. Yeah. Oh, you're too sweet. I try. You just throw us on that speculation station train. Dandy, you're my hero with that comment. It's really cute. I like that a lot. The man she conceived Amy with was somehow involved in the shootings, per her suggestion. He was connected to the alleged Free Soul affiliate or the stalker that she often references. So, which is it? The father of my daughter Amy is the man who shot my children. That comes from some of the letters and filings that she directly states herself. It's nowhere in the original 1983 police interviews. It's not in the 1984 trial testimony. It surfaced years later, around the time she started constructing the rest of these conspiracy narratives involving multiple men, informants, and these shadowy groups. After she took the class and associated herself with who the Free Soul affiliates were and what that was about, there's no evidence that the father of Amy had any involvement in these shootings. No witnesses, no documents, no law enforcement records. These are the facts. Investigators identified a 22 caliber Ruger pistol used in the shooting as belonging to Diane Downs. The forensics have remained consistent since she was arrested in 1983. All the rest of these claims are so bogus, it's gross. They lend themselves to forensic evidence for a reason. And even though we've had so much extensive evidence changes and DNA changes and the forensic evidence in her case has remained consistent. It was easy. It was the smoking gun, if you will. She's reframing everything. It's a way for her to emotionally emerge her innocent mother standards into everything, the rewritten version of the crime. Okay, allegedly speculating. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. You're laying down. Okay. Sleep sweet when you get there. Yeeting and cheating. Oh my goodness. Okay. Surrogate before Danny's birth helps me with the timeline. No, thank you. We appreciate you. Welcome back, Ace. I loved my children. Someone else shot them. That someone else was connected to me, which makes me part of the tragedy, but not the cause of the tragedy. That's a way for her to maintain that emotional control of the narrative. She's still the mother, she's still the focus, but the guilt is not hers. It's somebody else's. Delusional. When a long-term inmate reinterprets their reality through little tiny fragments of truth and fantasy, it's called delusional reconstruction. It does come with incarceration. It does come with long-term inmates. It does come with institutionalization. It does. It is a thing. Delusional reconstruction. Because all they have to do is sit there and think about things. You remember the night it happened, this is what really happened, versus what we're going to dream about happened and talk about happened. This is the new stranger, the rewritten lover. Now he's the one who did it. And then she's going to say, no, 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 no. He's John Butke's friend, Frank.
Michael Hart, this man has so many aliases. He's the stalker. He is the stalker.
Wait. So
if you get a newspaper article,
Michael Hart's your
Michael
stalker.
Hart. Yes.
And he's been stalking you since
at least 1984. My first letter from him was from 1984.
Okay. But Michael Hart is Mr. Budke, who is also Mr. Okay.
No. John Budke and John Stevens are the same person.
Okay.
I've seen their photographs. Michael Hart, Eric Jacobson, Frank are all the same person. If you cared to see that,
Whoa!
there is a photograph of both of them.
Whoa! If you cared to see that. Chill your ass out. So Michael Hart is an alias using stalker. He's the biological father of her fourth child, Amy. He's allegedly been stalking her since 1984, following her around, harassing her through letters, prison connections, all the affiliates. She's claiming, and she's going to claim here, that the so-called new DNA case is linking Michael Hart. The new evidence is going to prove that Michael Hart was involved. This claim is her current working explanation for the shootings. We just ran into what it is that she is trying to tell us without telling us. Michael Hart is her scapegoat. It appears in this is the parole hearing that it appears in, the statements that she's talking about, the written communication, she's referencing the media coverage, all of this stuff, and now she's connecting it to her as him being the stalker and Amy's father. There's no record of any of this. The Lane County Sheriff's Office never, or the Oregon State Police never reopened her case under that name at all. There's no corroborating evidence at all. No fingerprints, no ballistic, no letters, no surveillance, nothing that we can find. It's just an assertion on her part. Early on, it's a bushy-haired man. In the 90s, it was a free soul affiliate. In 2025, it's Michael Hart, a specific man that has a ton of aliases and a personal connection to her. Each time the name changes, the psychological function is the same. I'm innocent. The offender is the problem. She just transfers it from one offender to the next. I mean, one target to the next. She's the offender. She transforms herself from offender into a target every time. A new mystery man every week. It's like mystery lunches at school. She's so freaking rude. Yeah, she thinks she ought to just tell. If you cared to see, the issue with that theory is she's been singing the same tune since the beginning of. Yeah, well, because she's dedicated to that, depending on who she's talking to, right? She can't not do it. She's dedicated to it. It's the newest chapter in the same old story of her. Stranger gets a new name, but the purpose is the same, to keep her innocent, keep her guilt at arm's length, so she doesn't have to face it. Does she really think that garbage? Yeah, no. I don't know if she thinks it's going to get her set free or not. I'm not 100% sure what the hell she really thinks. I can't remember what I walked into my kitchen for. How does she remember what happened in 1984? Amen.
These men in the Statesman's Journal in September of 1987. September 1987, Statesman's Journal. Both John Stevens and Frank have their photographs. Then you will see them. Now you will be able to compare Frank with Michael Hart. They have been trying since 1987, at least, to get me to sign a waiver so that I would sign a media release so they could make a movie. And I refused.
They don't need your permission, ma'am.
So,
but using the name Michael Hart did not come up until with photographs, complete with photographs, came up in 2000. Until then, he was using Eric Jacobson, all these other aliases. The same man, same syntax, same everything. In 2000, Michael Hart wrote, sent me photographs of himself, and they were Frank from the Statesman's Journal newspaper.
Wait. Eric Jacobson. Eric Jacobson. Wasn't he an attorney at one point? I gotta look this up. Did Eric Jacobson ever represent Diane Downs? I know the name sounds familiar. He did not represent her. James Jagger. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. James Jagger. Where is this freaking Jacobson coming from? I know she's mentioned this before. I'll have to look into that. Okay, Eric Jagger. That's who I was thinking of. All right. Keep spinning your little phantoms, Diane, trying to confuse the hell out of all of us.
He also recently sent me pictures of himself with Rebecca Babcock. And they're definitely father and daughter.
Okay. This is quite, do you understand that this is quite convoluted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So,
and that's why
Yes,
when
it's
you
on
were asking
purpose.
earlier, I said a light bulb went on. How better to destroy me and convince you, threatening you to keep me in prison is no biggie. But if they can convince you that I'm crazy, even though I have the photographs to prove it, even though I have the letters to prove it, even though I have everything I can to prove it, you have to want to see it in order to be convinced.
Okay, but Ms. Downs, why? Why have so many people over so many years created this very involved, convoluted, tangled conspiracy around the murder of one child and attempted murder of two others? Why are you so...
That is infuriating. I'm so glad I cannot see her face, and I'm really glad you guys cannot see mine. It is infuriating to me that she laughs at the most appropriate times and has always done so. I don't know why it upsets me so much, but it really does. And I'm sorry that it does, but it is infuriating. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. There's no reason in the world that all of this stuff is happening to you, and then you're just gonna laugh it off like we're the stupid ones. Because she's inappropriate. She's inappropriate. She's always been that way though. It's just whoa, infuriating.
critical in this conspiracy that this is so much effort and time and money has been spent on you? I
wish.
Why is that?
I wish you really, 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 really meant that, because maybe you would help me find out, because that's my answer. That's my question. Why? Why me? I'm nobody. I was a shy, naive homebody who worked for the post office. I didn't know anybody. I'm not a government employee.
That's right, Mitch. And nobody knew you. Nobody knew who you were. Nobody knew you worked for the post office. Nobody knew you were banging a married man who didn't want children. Nobody knew anything about Heather, your friend, or your horses, or your cats, or your kids. It was a mundane, slow life that you should have just kept. But instead, you decided to insert yourself like a damn tampon into mainstream everything after you shot your children because you made a bad decision and you don't want to face the consequences of it. There ain't nothing naive. There ain't nothing innocent. Nobody cares about you, where you're going, where you've been. And nobody cared in the 80s anything about you. You liked being pregnant because you wanted people to see you. You needed people to see you and treat you like something because you recognize that you're nothing but a piece of shit. You've been a piece of shit human being from the beginning. I'm sorry. You had dishes to get washed. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. She only had 10 lovers the last 2 years and only half of them were married. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that wrong. She's in there like swimwear, making herself into a whole ass celebrity. Nobody gives a crap. And the only reason we're talking about you now is because we're laughing at your stupid ass and your delusions.
Employee, well, post office, but I'm nobody. Why me?
You're
Unless it's
still
personal.
nobody.
But I don't know who it is. All these faces that I see, all the photographs that I see, I don't know those people. So is it somebody they know? I don't know. Is it, I have been known to date a married man or two. Is it somebody's wife? I don't know. And I'm not making allegations. This is what I...
Okay, ho. So now you're saying you dated a married man or two, got up all in their business, riding their nightsticks around, doing all the things, and then you want to say, oh, it's somebody else's wife. Bitch, you were the one sleeping with a married man. Why would his wife come after you? You was already in prison. Why? I don't know if it's you guys or if it's just me, but if I find out that my husband is sleeping with another woman, I'm not going to be mad at that woman. Maybe that is just me. I'm not going to be mad at her unless, well, I'm going to be mad at him. That woman ain't going to be chasing you around looking for reasons to be your stalker. You ain't even named a woman after all these years. She talks way too much. So do I. So do I. You're nobody, and I'm surprised anyone ever made you pregnant. I'm just saying. Diane literally says she's good at getting pregnant. It's not a competition. Just glad she didn't get knocked up multiple times in prison. Ew. Ew. Do you have the power, Abellis? The whole world voted and decided to conspire against Diane motherfucking Downs. Thank you, Orange. You said it better than I could have ever said it. I don't even want to think about that. Yeah, her getting knocked up by one of them prison guards. Who was it that was uh who was it that was sleeping with Suzanne Smith. Sleeping and seducing all of the COs. The spouse is the one who broke the agreement. Exactly. I'm sorry, but that's true. I might be a little perturbed at the woman, especially if she knew that we had a family and kids and all of the history that we had, but it would be his fault. In my mind, it would be his fault. Somebody's wife ain't over there ain't trying to follow you around.
I say, I don't know. I wish I did know. I keep asking, why? Why my children?
Well, so you really think it's possible that the wife of the man who you slept with back in Arizona,
No.
I'm just saying, you're riffing, saying it.
No.
Could it be somebody's wife? Could it be? Well, then who is it?
Don't say no, bitch. You just said it. She's not calling you out on anything but your own damn words that you just said. Could it be somebody's wife? Could it be? And you're like, no, 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 no. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I said, bitch. That's literally what you just said. It's literally what you just.
What is it?
A real police officer, one who's actually interested in investigating a case. Not, unfortunately, human nature is that they have a gut feeling and they try to make everything fit into the case. It's just human nature. You can't fault them for it. But a real true investigator gets all the evidence and lets it lead to the answer. My questions are,
Who did she just insult? Did she just insult the whole police force because not all of them are investigators or detectives? I hear you. I hear your voice saying that, Abellis. I can hear your voice saying that. He said, "I do" the next day. Mm-mm-mm. Abellis, please be careful working with the ground wires. You've got everybody worried over here. You gave my husband an out on the day before we got married. He said, "I do" the next day. Well, there you go. I'm gonna go back just 30 seconds. I'm trying to go back just a little tiny bit because there we go. I think she blames the whole police force except for the detectives, because they aren't good enough.
Well, so you really think it's possible that the wife of the man who you slept with back in Arizona, I'm just saying, you're riffing, saying it.
no.
Could it be somebody's wife? Could it be? Well, then who is it?
A real police officer, one who's actually interested in investigating a case. Not, unfortunately, human nature is that they have a gut feeling and they try to make everything fit into the case. It's just human nature. You can't fault them for it. But a real true investigator gets all the evidence and lets it lead to the answer.
Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Okay. So she's saying that the police officer that showed up, or whoever it is that showed up and did the initial investigation, they have theories and speculations, and you can't just fault them because it's human nature to just want to make the puzzle pieces fit. How insulting is that to the people who have gone out and made their life's work on educating themselves on how to run a crime scene? How to believe how to run a whole PD, how to be a director, how to be an intelligent investigator and detective. You're an insulting little whore.
My questions are questions that would lead to an answer. Why me? Why my children? Why Michael Hart? Who is Michael Hart? Why Rebecca Babcock? Who is Rebecca Babcock? Why John Budke?
Who is Rebecca Babcock? Why Rebecca Babcock? Are you serious right now? You're the one who is in the middle of every single one of these phantom players in this game that you have. You're the one who is taking all of these strings and moving all these puppets around, and you're asking us why? You know who Rebecca Babcock is, you condescending see you next Tuesday. What the hell? That's one of your children that you gave up. You're pathetic.
Who is John Budke? Who do they know? Who are their friends? That's my questions. They're not allegations. I don't even know these people well enough to make an allegation. What I can show you is physical proof in the form of photographs and documents that prove I'm telling the truth. That you have to want to see it. You have to want to hear it and to make and allow it to make an.
Oh, thank God you're here. Edith, where have you been? I've been needing you. You got to calm me down. I'm going to throw my computer. She's more than pathetic. She's dangerous. If you guys listen, yeah, we need her eyes. No, thank you. Well, to be fair, they took that baby at the hospital, thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness. But she still knows who Amy was. She still knows that they changed her name. She's the only common denominator in all of this. 100% the truth. She. All right, I'll try not to throw things. And Teresa, I definitely did not quit swearing today. You're not seeing it her way, so you need to be in her eyes. Those are evil dead eyes, in my opinion. Elise, yay!
Impact on you. Now, the problem that we're facing right now is that, like Mr. Bailey said, we're not here to retry the case. We're not here to prove my innocence. Your job is to decide whether or not I have a severe personality disorder. Dr. Milky says I do not. Dr. Guyton says I do not. So all of these other questions bug you as much as they bug me, that you're not in a position because you're not investigators and you don't have the time and you don't have the resources and you don't have the desire to get the answers. So it's not a judgment call. I'm just saying you don't have the desire to get the answers. So it accomplishes nothing. That's Benicia's job.
You have no idea in the world what these parole board people are doing on their daily, besides what I already said, going home and, getting in bed and getting laid by real people outside of prison instead of using a toilet paper roll and a whatever you're using. But you have no idea what it is that they know or don't know about you. Some of these people will take time and they will. A lot of us know who you are, Diane, because you've made yourself a storytelling pro. These people have these things right in front of them. The parole hearing board knows exactly who you are, exactly what you're about, exactly what they're up against. And they see people like you every day. You're condescending. You're pathetic.
Benicia is getting paid to get the answers, to get the documents, to get the evidence.
And that's another thing, bitch. You said you didn't have any money, so who's paying for this lawyer? Anybody know? Who's paying for this lawyer? I have no idea. Thank you. Ooh, I say, hold me back, girl. Hold me back. Tired of this heifer. She only got pregnant hoping she would get sympathy during her trial. Didn't work out so well for her. No, And I still don't have a sympathy for her today. Cindy, thank you so very much for the 5 gifted True Crime Guardian memberships. Yay! Thank you so much. I went to. Are the names coming back properly? They are a little bit over here. Content Angel got one. Yay! Cindy Lean, Cindy Lean, K Swan, Samara S, and Angel Baby 420. If you were gifted today, please make sure you say thank you to Cindy when you get a moment. And I really, really appreciate that so much. I really appreciate that, Cindy. Thank you. Oh, let me say thank you like I'm supposed to. See up here. I really need to update and get some turkeys on the screen, don't I? Thank you, Cindy, so very much. You got me? Oh, I was worried. They probably have the XL bottle of Excedrin nearby. I know I do. I know I do. Don't know. Her name? Venetia? Venetia? She's probably on a first name basis and we don't even know who that lawyer is, but I'm going to find out. We're going to look into it. I have no idea. I got to do some more digging because once we're done with this right here, we've got a lot more to cover on her, but I don't want it to get boring. If she gets boring, I'm going to cut her off like just cut her off. You only have sympathy for her babies. Yeah, me too. Would you guys do me a favor? Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't. Adith has been a member for 3 months already. We love you here too. We love you too. Right now we're still small, and I'm so excited that I get to talk to each and every one of you like individually. I feel like I know most of everybody that's here. I get to mod over on Allegedly Speculating. You get to see a lot of you over there. It's so. Oh, let me say thank you properly. How rude. 3 months. Wait, I'll deliver you some pizza, Bellis, because I know you must be hungry after working on that, the light. Thank you so much. Oh, Encyclorama. Goodness gracious, the audacity. I know. I'm telling you, man. I gotta go back up here. How the hell does this bitch just get pregnant whenever she feels like it when some decent, amazing people can't get pregnant? That infuriates me. That and she just gives them away. She just gives them away. Or she shoots them. Whichever. Incoming! This. Ugh. Diane Downs' defense was paid for using the $10,000 she received from a childless couple for a surrogate pregnancy she had completed. Yeah, but wasn't that long time ago? That was in the 80s. She's bound to have gotten rid of that 10,000 by then. By now. I mean, this is a brand new lawyer, right? The prosecution at her trial used her role as a surrogate mother as a theme, implying her callousness for giving up a child for money. Well, there's not, there's not much I could say about that. There are plenty of people in the world who can't have children that probably love that baby just as much as I would if it were me. And thank God that she was not able to sit there and care for it because she would have just shot it. While the defense tried to argue it was more important to her than her boyfriend, she used this money to hire private attorneys for her trial. Yeah. Subsequent legal challenges and appeals, she's been represented by various court appointed attorneys or has represented herself at times. She's been pro se. Say it ain't so. Lori Daybell, Diane Downs. Say it ain't so. Thank you for the info, Rubber. Thank you for Encyclorama's contribution. Her children were disposable. She said it's easy to get pregnant. Yeah. Well, she's disposable to me. I just learned about this case. I watched Small Sacrifices today. Did you? Got through most of it. When she was holding the newborn she had in prison and asked how long she had, my heart broke for the baby. Oh my gosh. When my lights died in the kitchen last night, I ordered Chinese food. Just ate some. Still lots left. We'll be up in a minute to get supper. Thanks, Rubber. I appreciate you. So glad I found your channel and Allegedly Speculating's channel. Everyone here is awesome. You guys are awesome too. True Crime Butterfly, feel free to drop Salty Sleuth's link in the chat as well. I know that you mod over there, and she's been going over some great coverage. She's True Crime, and she's doing some great coverage on the Michael Monkey Vaughn case that recently broke open with the arrest of Stacy Wandra. I also believe that allegedly speculating intends to cover some of that tomorrow as well. I have to correct what I said earlier. Danny was born in 79 and Surrogate was born in 82. No, Lisa, it's fine. I've done that. I've had to correct myself over 5 or 6 things in this case. We learn as we go. It is what it is. And I appreciate you. Thank you for saying that.
The irrefutable evidence to find the answers. And I may go to my grave never having these answers. It's been 42 years and I still don't know all the answers. I don't. I wish I did. But I'm not accusing people. I'm asking questions that I wish other people would ask. I just do.
Okay. So I guess we do have a copy of a transcript from December 10th, 2010 board hearing where you said, I finally got my answers. I'm no longer having to actively pursue and hunt. It's allowed me to become the person I am, suggesting that you knew who the killer was in 2010.
Thank you for that. Because do I sound like a person who has all the answers? No. And that.
Thank you for that. Do I sound like the person who has all the answers? Well, yes, in fact, you do sound like you're the person who has all of the answers because you, in fact, are writing this whole damn story, this whole fantasy. So, yes, it does sound like you're the person who has all the answers. What she asked you was, why in 2010 did you say what you said, that you had all the answers and that you didn't have to pursue anybody else because you knew who did it?
That transcript that you're reading is not real. It's not real.
Okay.
This person that you're looking at right now does not know the answers. If I did, I would be giving you the answers. And I keep asking questions because I don't have the answers.
Okay, I have a question. It's tangentially related to something you said. Mr. Bailey was asking you about accountability and what essentially you think your children went through. And you said you hope that one day you will know, they will know what really happened.
Thank you, Robert.
And there's reference to a website, DianeDowns.com. Okay, that's something your brother runs, is that right?
My dad started it in 2005. He wanted me to help him, and I didn't. I didn't think it would do any good, and I thought it was a waste of time. So my dad blundered around because he didn't have all the answers either, and my dad put a lot of stuff on there. I've never read it. I don't.
Cindy gifted you content. Cindy from sunny South California. I'm going to move you to another state, Cindy. She's from Florida. California. Content. Cindy gave it to you. Yay, you made it, Case One. It's so nice to see you. Adith calmed me down because otherwise I would have had you come in here and hold me back because this girl really infuriates me. So she's talking about the accountability aspect that we talked about the other day and about how she didn't take any accountability and how the narrative has never switched to her taking any type of accountability. And the parole board is asking her if the DianeDowns.com website was run by her brother. And she explains that her father kind of drug his feet and now her brother runs it. So we don't know who owns it. We just have to, take their word for it. As long as it's Laguna Beach, I'd be good. You're green too. Yay! Cindy from sunny South Florida gifted you a membership. Thank you so much. You guys look great in green. You look great in green. Aw. Yay! I'm so happy. Thank you so much. The pretend judge became our newest guardian of firelight. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that. Let me say thank you properly. Welcome to the Guardians of Firelight. Thank you so much. Are we sure Sarah Boone and her aren't related? No, we're not sure at all. As long as we don't find somebody put in a suitcase. Oh, Orange! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted True Crime Guardian memberships. Yay! And it's actually showing today who got them. That excites me. That makes me so happy. Twisted Quill got one. Yay! Thank you so much. Thursday's Child Inc., Christine Garcia, Coconut, and Peekaboo. Peekaboo, she's a great mod for a couple of different creators. Peekaboo is a mod for Down the Rabbit Hole News and for Nonsense on the Web 2.0. Thank you so very much for that. I really, really appreciate you, Orange. Let me say thank you properly. You guys make my night. If you were gifted by Orange Rose, please make sure you say thank you. Woohoo! Oh, Eddie, thank you. Eddie gifted 1 True Crime Guardian membership. Oh, who'd that go to? To Sharon. Sharon, my Sharona. Thank you so much, Eddie. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You guys are incredible. You're incredible. Thank you. You Yay, welcome, greenies. All the guardians are out guarding the fire now. Thank you so much. Fire of truth. The light, the way. Absolutely knew she was a lying liar. Babies are the best. My great grandkids were here tonight. 3-year-old and a baby will be 1 in 10 days. Oh my gosh. I just want to hold them. I don't have any. My baby is 24, about to be 25 in February. And I just want to hold him. And he just says no. He thinks that's weird. Is that weird? It's not weird. I just want to hold him. Yes, I love the new members. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so very, very much. My Sharona. Thank you all for supporting the channel and supporting the Guardians. Thank you, Adith. It's not weird. I want to hold my 24-year-old. Dang it. He just won't let me. Skibbity Foopa Flap in the house. Skibbity Foopa Flap has entered the chat. You catching up? It's so nice to see you, Cracker Jacks, aka Jackie, aka Skibbity Foopa Flap. It's so nice to see you. I can't. It doesn't pull it up, but I see you hee-hawing, squirreling around. I know. I'm squirreling around. No problem, Ace. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You'll be able to play her phone calls. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to put a bunch of research together tomorrow morning while I am uh, hanging out at the house because my mama is off. So I will be here at the house tomorrow and she's going to hang out with Nanny. So I have the day off. It's so nice. So, Jackie, Skibbity, I will sing for you. Your son's going to be 36. Do you wrap yourself around his ankle and be like, please let me hold you? Please. Yeah, but girls are different. I'm 44 and I let my mama hold me and I want her to hold me and I love every second of it. I am blessed, so blessed to have my mother at 44 years old and so blessed to have my father. They're not together, they're separated, but they are both beautiful to me and I love it when they hold me. And you don't even look like you're 30 years old, much less have a 30-year-old daughter. My goodness. My goodness. Skibbity doo dah, skibbity a. My oh my, what a wonderful day. These are just those are just as frustrating. Oh yeah, the girls. Okay, so I think we got a fupa flap. Oh, I'm supposed to say that for the super chat. Sorry, not the fupa flaps. Your mama's 90? Your mama's 94? That's beautiful. So I have the really, really awesome pleasure of taking care of both of my grandmothers. My nanny is 93 and my other grandmother is 86. She'll be 87 on July the 3rd. So it's an amazing amount of blessings that I have. Oh, poor muffins. Don't squeeze her like that. That's too. You're 53. Woo, and your oldest is 33. Wow. Well, I'm telling you, 53 is the new 30. Looks like new 23. Your youngest is 24. Your daughter, and I love when she lets me hug her. Oh, your mama would have been 98, and your daddy would have been 97. I'm sorry that you've lost them, Abellis, but I know they live in your heart. You and I've talked about that, and I know that you are very proud of them and the heritage that comes with that. Your mama's 87. You guys, a lot of you still have your mama. Oh, my oldest is 16. Big gap. My children are my greatest accomplishments. Oh yes, I'm going to send a couple of prayers out to the children of Diane tonight. I will curl up in my mom's arms, even being 33. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 58. You're 54, and your youngest is 21. Wow. Your dad will be 90 in February. Oh, Jackie, love him as long as you can. Hold him and let him know you love him. I'm sure you do that. You loved hugging your parents always. Awesome and funny. If they're anything like you, I believe you 100%, hands down. All right, we're never going to get through this. I talk so much. I love talking to you guys. My parents would be the same age as Abellis. I lost my parents when I was 23. I cannot imagine, Edith. My goodness, what a tragic story. You have two daughters, 21 years apart. 21 years apart. Wow. Wow. Edith, my heart hurts for you. I'm so sorry. I know it's been a while, but that doesn't get any better. I buried two of my children, one in 1999, and then I had my middle child, who will be 25 this year, and then I buried my youngest in 2002. So I totally get the loss. You've been to Ireland 5 times this year? Wow. I'm glad that you get to go back and forth to see him, though, because it's even worse when you can't get back there to see him, you know? I want to in. Oh, she's sending a hug to you. She could just hug you. Oh, you're so sweet. You guys are great. 1 week after I moved out at 22, my dad said, "Okay, we know you can live alone. Come home now." Oh, it's amazing. And moved out at 22. I wish I'd have waited till 22. I'd have probably still been home now. Hugs to you too, Case One. Thank you so much. You guys are fabulous. All right, let's keep going here. You guys have distracted me and made me feel better about Diane Downs and where she's at. You guys are such good human beings compared to that. Thank you.
Don't know. I'm in here. I don't have access to it, so I don't know what all's on there. Okay. After Dad passed, James, my brother, took it up, and in honor of Dad and in support of me, he continues to maintain the website. When I found that out, I decided, and Michelle, Dr. Guyton, 5 years ago, said she fears that if I get out of prison, that I will use the internet and police agencies to try to prove my innocence. That is her only fear. That and vulnerable people. Those are only two fears. So I got together a bunch of transcripts and made cover letters, and I put them on the website to show you and to show Michelle that I don't have to be free to use the internet. It wasn't a slap in the face. It was a visual.
That most certainly is a slap in the face. That's a look what I can do. Look what I can do. I've got to find that clip now. She is slapping you in the face. She's telling you that she's going to get the internet and she's going to do what she wants, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Wow. Let me see if I can find that. I'll have to find that. The only one I don't want to open up Facebook, but I want the guy who says, "Look what I can do." Oh yeah, this is Diane. I'm going to share this tab instead. I'm going to move you guys over here. This is Diane Downs.
Look what I can do. 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 Look what I can do.
Look what I can do. Look what I can do. Pathetic, Diane. Pathetic.
Showing of you don't have to be afraid of that anymore. I put on what I wanted to put on. I haven't put anything on there in probably 2 years, maybe 3, because I don't have an interest in the internet. I don't have an interest in going online. People have contacted me. They want to do podcasts to try to prove my innocence. Not interested. None.
Who out there? Name them. Put a name on it, girl. I'm telling you right now, I don't know anybody that's doing a podcast that proves her innocence. I want names. You guys let me know. Research this. I am tasking the Guardians with finding out who wants to podcast Diane's innocence. Look what I can do. That's Stuart. Yeah. Look what I can do. Diane is disgusting. But Stuart's funny. Yeah, but I hear her. Well, look what I can do. I can get on the internet. You can't stop me. Yeah. I'm tasking everybody that I know. Everybody listening, anybody on replay, you let me know who it is that's going out there and wants to protest her innocence in a podcast. I'd really like to go up and chat. I know. We need to know this. We need to know this. Bullshit. Yeah. She's completely hateable and slappable. Whoo. Whoo. Yeah.
This lady called me, contact me, and she says, nobody even remembers your case anymore. Nobody even knows who you are. Nobody knows anything about the case.
There it is.
You want to do a podcast to refresh people's memories.
There it is. There it is. So she says people want to do a podcast of her because nobody knows her case anymore. Nobody remembers her. People don't remember you. There she is. There's her. Nobody remembers you. So she wants to make sure that she gets her name out there and reignites the fire, and everybody's going to want to do movies about her, and everybody's going to want to take on her case because she's innocent. My God, are you serious? I'll take Slap a Liar for 500, Alex. Twisted Quill, you're green. Cindy turned you green. You look great in green.
No, that's the very reason I don't want to do a podcast. No, leave it alone. Leave it alone. So, but the only reason I contributed on it back in 2020 and 2021 was to show Michelle Guyton and you that there's no reason to fear that. And Dr. Milky accepted that explanation. If I wanted to put stuff on there, I'd have been putting it on there from 2005. Not interested. I didn't grow up in the tech world like all of you did. I'm still living in the 80s.
Who skipped ahead? Did you skip ahead? Diane seems stuck in the 80s. You're either you're a magician or you've studied this already, but either way, you are completely and 100% right. Once you go into prison, it kind of stops there, right? Everything stops there. You have nothing new going on. You don't progress. You have all of the time in the world to think about everything and then do nothing about it. She has consistently maintained her own innocence since her 1984 conviction. Other than herself, her immediate family members have also stated they believe she is innocent, her former defense. Yes, well, so many psychos. I won't put anything here, but yes, there are a couple. I will send you what I found. I definitely want to know who's podcasting the innocence of. I'm not embarrassed. I would definitely like to know who is podcasting the innocence of Diane Downs. Let's have a debate. Let's put it out there. Let's talk about it. I will learn whatever else I need to learn about the case. We're gonna go through it, so they gonna. None of us believe that she's rehabilitated or innocent. Not in this little chat right here. And if you do speak up, that's okay. We can talk about it. Benicia Mayhew has supported her claims in recent years. So the lawyer, the plan to submit a DNA motion for the case. Beyond these individuals, there are no known groups or individuals actively. Thank you. Encycla Ramada, Encycla Butterfly. You guys are great. You didn't. You swear you did. That was pretty good. You like 80s music? Okay. Okay, Swan. You're a squirrel too. Except her dad said the night at the hospital he thought she did. Then he changed his tune. Interesting. Stuck in the twilight zone. Thank you very much for that. Google is our friend. She shot herself in the arm, right? With her dominant hand. Correct. Correct. People have been contacting me wanting to do podcasts. One lady said, people don't remember who you are anymore, Diane. They need a refresher. They need a refresher. Narcissistic. She has a narcissistic investment in what the people believe, what the public believes. Fame, infamy. The lady who said people don't remember her becomes symbolic in her little echo chamber. You still have a story worth telling, Diane. Please tell the world. Refresh our memories. Public awareness, it's part of her identity. She's been trying to maintain it for years. When the spotlight fades, she has to manufacture some attention to get it back out there. You're pleading for freedom, but you're talking about publicity. I don't know if you know where you're at, Diane. It's been her from the start. Measures your existence by who's watching. Measures your importance by who's watching. Thank you, Rubber. I appreciate you. Free Diane Downs Facebook? Are you serious? For the love of all things holy and important. Free. Oh, wait, that's family, though, isn't it? Is that family to her? Facebook group Free Diane Downs with 1.4K members. And everybody in there that's posting, half of them are posting is anonymous. Stop it. Her own dad thought she did it day one. That's what it says on there. And a lot of people that are posting in this little thing right here aren't saying anything about her being innocent. They're just posting the stuff about her kids and stuff and different pictures of her. We'll scroll through this Facebook. We'll scroll. I'm not going to do it today, but we'll scroll through that. That's ridiculous. He was just about to type that. No, I know. I saw that. Not just family. Yeah, I will. I'll read it later. What the hell? It might help you solve the case, Diane. Yeah. Thank you so much, True Crown Butterfly. Good looking out, both of you.
I don't even know how to use a phone out there. My brother will teach me. That's my family wants me to come home, and we'll talk about that with my parole plans. But there you go.
So there was a comment, and I'm quite honestly not sure if it was you or your brother who made the comment, that you're hoping at some point your children will see what's on there and be able to access the website. What do you hope will get out to them?
Christy told the doctors and the detectives and the nurses and the psychologists, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. My son told his nurses over and over, that mean man with the gun shot me. That nasty man with the gun shot me. Why did that man shoot me? Those are in the documents. My son, SDD, now says mom did it. He was 3. He was speaking what he experienced back in 1983 when he said these things to his nurse. He must have heard.
My gosh, this girl completely misses the point on everything. She completely misses the point. What do you hope to accomplish with that? It was a pointed question. It wasn't asking about all of the other stuff or your right to communicate with your children. It was asking about your intent. They want to see if she could actually reflect on how her message would affect her children if they saw it rather than herself. And no, it's about her. Her, me, 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 me. When she answered, she didn't express awareness that her children might find it distressing, sad. My mother shot me, and now there's a whole website dedicated to her, and she wants me to see it. She talked about wanting them to know her side of the story, that she loved them, but that she was innocent and that they've been lied to. This is gross. This is so gross. You are home. Yes, you are home. Yeah, I'm going to look into it, but yeah, just a couple of things I saw. I was like, okay. She snuck in and talked to Christy when she was not allowed to see them. Her ex-hubby arranged it. Shake my damn head. Wow. Wow. This is going to be a textbook sign of continued risk. It's going to be continued risk in my opinion. I think that the parole board will see this as a continued risk of her still trying to get to her children. All these years she hasn't been able to finish it off. Do you think she's maniacal? Like, is she thinking about how, like, oh, she hates Christy or hates Danny because she didn't finish it off? She says she loves them, but really in the undertone, it's like, but I'd really love to wring your neck and finish what I started. The intent is still there. It wasn't about her child's healing. None of them. And her children are not children anymore. It was about her. She wanted them to know she's innocent. Oh, I don't believe that. I want them to know I'm still here and that I can still control this narrative. That's what I believe. I want them to know. There's still an undertone there in my opinion. Absolutely dangerous. Hurry back up, Bellis. We're here. I can't imagine being her children having to deal with whether or not she'll be released every time she has a parole hearing. I agree with that. I'd be scared out of my brain. Hopefully they're far enough away. Hi, Forrest Nelson. How are you? So good to see you. My youngin' is up and hungry. If I don't text, I'll be lurking. I'm so thankful y'all keeping me company. Don't worry, I just wear one earbud. My baby ain't gonna hear this stuff. Oh, we wouldn't judge you anyway. How you raise your children is none of my business. But I'm so glad that you are attending to them when they're hungry. We'll be here when you get back. I think it's horrible too. Hi, Forrest. Welcome in, Forrest. Anyone in northern states, if you have clear skies, look north. You may see northern lights. Thank you, meteorologist Abilis. I have given you all names. I have 2 encyclopedias and a meteorologist so far. Watching on TV, talking on the phone. Okay, girl. You got a picture in Texas of northern lights? I think you're more south than me. I'm almost, let's see, probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes away from the Oklahoma border to the north. So I might be able to see it. I don't know. I'm too busy talking to y'all to go outside and care about that. You walked outside, you couldn't see it, and you live more towards the country than I do. All right, let's see what else she can piss me off about. When the parole board asks you, what do you hope to accomplish with this, ma'am? It wasn't a question about outreach. This is a question about what you intend to do with that information. What you intend to do with the fact that your children may see it. What is your point? What is your point? 40 years later, her communication is still performative. It's a website. It's not a bridge. It's not a stage. You're still performing like you're in some sort of a play. I hope they see it. I'm so misunderstood. I'm the misunderstood mother who just needs an audience to believe me. You just have to believe me.
The man's voice. Now he says, Mom did it. If he could see the truth, would it give him some peace I know for a fact that Christy still says, and when she was 15, I don't know what happened, but nobody believes her. Nobody confirms for her that what she says is real. They're constantly saying, oh, yes, you do. You're a liar. They're constantly questioning her, what she knows to be true.
Who is they? Because the only person that I see that's questioning their daughter on what she perceives or knows to be true is you. From day one, from jump, all you've managed to do is try to convince her that she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She doesn't know what she heard. Danny doesn't know what he heard. He really wasn't he really wasn't able to communicate well. He wasn't able to say what was on his mind. None of your kids knew anything. You don't even understand the implications of what you're trying to do that are also in a very public way.
The time is 10:15
Thanks,
p.m.
Alexa. She wanted me to know that it was 10:15. Thank you very much, Alexa. First, after 40 years, she's perfected her lies. She's still not, I mean, she's perfected her lies in her head, but she's still not very good at it, girl. Yeah, absolutely 100%. Still gaslighting her children after 42 years.
Gaslighter, denier, doing anything to get your ass farther.
Yep, doing anything to get your ass farther. Anything.
We now have two experts that are willing to testify that CAD really didn't have any memory. It's psychologically and physically impossible for her to have a memory. I want my child.
Are you serious? You just told this parole board that it was psychologically and physically impossible for her to have a memory? Okay. Thank you for saying that, Lisa. Being shot in the back, he wasn't likely to have seen the shooter. Yeah, it's absolutely, yeah. No. I'm trying to get the baby milk drunk because it says I may be able to see the northern lights. Here's some more blessings. Oh. Oh, you're trying to get them. Well, I read that wrong. I read that context is clue. I'm trying to get the baby's milk done, have them drink it because you want to see the northern lights. I got you now. I was like, milk drunk. Is that a thing y'all do with these babies nowadays? Yeah, it is ridiculous. If someone, I know what you doing here for us. If someone pew pewed me, I'd sure as hell remember it forever. Who wouldn't? Yeah.
Because I'm a potato.
So she's a psychologist now, more like a psychopath. Yeah, she's she's gross.
To know that somebody believes in her. She is validated. She told them over for 9 months, my mom didn't do it. My mom didn't do it. Who did it? Not my mom. My mom's not me.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. Seriously. She just said it was not in her psychological nor physiological okay. You got to stop here. You got to stop. She's just going to piss you off. She wants her to feel validated. She wants her daughter to feel validated. Then you need to accept the fact that your daughter has stated many times from the time after her stroke and she started being able to speak that her mother was the one who did this. If you want to validate this child, this young adult at this point, actually, I think the kids are my age, aren't they? If you want to validate your children that you shot, then you need to admit what you did. That's where the validation would come from. That's where your accountability starts. I don't care what she says. I don't believe anything she says. Diane says she was sleeping and couldn't see who shot her. I I've played possum many times in the back of the car. When the car stops, especially even if you're like bumping along, even in the old cars. I mean, I grew up in the 80s. Even bumping along in the old cars. When the car stopped, we knew it, in my opinion. What did her children actually say back then? Abellis, her daughter testified that Diane did it. Yes, she did. She did. She did testify. She did it. Milk drunk is a thing. Refer to it when the baby looks loopy at the end of a feed. It's a sign they have had enough. Oh, thank milk drunk. Oh my goodness. I wanted to rewatch her trial. I just don't think I could see the children's testimony. Absolutely won't watch alone. Oh no, we're gonna. My intent is to watch that. My intent is to watch as much of it as we can without getting taken down for it. Yeah, I definitely want to watch it. But the reason that, and I've told you guys before, the reason I wanted to start on the 2025 parole hearing is that I do want to see the difference between what happened in 2025 and all of the different narratives, walking it backwards from where she started out to where we are today. And actually, we can see how much she hasn't changed and what hasn't changed in her. She hasn't changed at all. None. Christy was so traumatized, she wrote it on a piece of paper first. She literally couldn't say out loud that her mother did it. So sad. But she had just had a stroke. She just had a stroke. She couldn't speak for a while. Do me a favor, please smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't. I will work on some members only content as well. And some call it horizontal, vertical, whichever one of those two streaming that I don't do. The one from the phone. Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely watch it all together and have pizza and popcorn and all that kind of good stuff. Cry together, laugh together. We'll do that. All right, let me shut up.
My mom didn't do it. I don't know what happened. My mom is not me. My mom did over and over and over. But they kept saying, you're wrong, you're lying, you're repressing, constantly. And now we have a world-renowned expert that validates CAD, validates my child, so that now she can say, somebody finally, can you imagine the weight that will be lifted off her shoulders if she can finally.
Who's this world renowned expert? Does anybody know? Let me know if you guys find out who the world renowned expert that's going to validate her child and say that she didn't do it, who's going to be automatically on Diane Downs' side.
Hold her head up and say, somebody believes me. Somebody believes me.
A lot of people believed her. That's why you're in jail.
Okay. One moment.
A lot of people believed your kids. That's why you're in prison. You're a danger to society.
I don't have any other questions.
She's so frustrated.
The vast majority of my questions have already been asked by the previous two board members, but I do, in my head, I'm trying to get a better sense of your description of the crimes. Can you tell me, where were your children sitting in the car?
Chris, CAD and SDD were laying down in the back seat. CLD was curled up on the floorboard of the front, in front of the front passenger seat. CAD was behind.
I'm sorry. She was curled up around the floor of the front passenger seat? On the floor, already curled up?
Behind the passenger seat. SDD was behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so your son was not in a car seat or anything like that?
No, this was the 80s.
Okay.
No.
Okay, because my next question was going to be, and perhaps you've kind of answered this, how did 2 of your 3 children get shot in the back?
They were laying down. SDD was laying. I don't know. He was laying down. They were sleeping.
Okay. Okay.
I can't even tell you how he was laying down. I extrapolated that he must have been laying on his right side, but that's post. I don't know. I didn't see. I don't know.
Okay.
Funny that she used the words extrapolated. What else have you extrapolated from this story, Diane? What else have you just made up out of the middle of nowhere that probably didn't happen or that you just have to make a wild guess at? Your kids were in the car seat in the 80s? I was not. We were not. Nope. Not at all. As a matter of fact, Southern, I will be honest with you. I remember me and my brother used to fight who got to ride in the back window. of the car. I will not lie to you. My parents were so irresponsible.
She's lying.
She's lying. We used to fight who get to go in the very back window, lay down. The kid on the floor always went over my head. I guess because they didn't have car seats, they may have been more normal. I don't know. You owned it but didn't use it? Yeah, my parents didn't own it. They wouldn't have put money into that, girl. We barely ate. No, we barely ate. I mean, the times were tough. We were poor folk, let me tell you that. Now, we weren't in seatbelts. I've lost my first my front tooth. I lost my front tooth when my daddy hit the brakes and I slammed into the damn dashboard. That's how I lost my first tooth that I can remember. That big back window was amazing. My high chair was metal. My brother's high chairs were metal. The little the bouncy thing that mom used to like just pry open had springs and she'd put it in the doorway. The bouncy thing that put my brother in, that was made out of metal. I used to smash the shit out of my finger trying to get him in and out of the bouncy seat. My brother, see, me and my brother were born in the early 80s, and then my younger brother was born in the late 80s. So we got to enjoy him. We just carried him around like a baby doll. You wonder if she was sitting on the floor with her arms and head in the seat, like laying her head on a desk. I can picture that. I can picture that. Thank you. Your daughter was born in 1980, your son in 81, your daughter in 84, all in car seats. Well, it's because you were a responsible mother, Cindy. You were a responsible mother. Metal high chairs. Yeah, we all made it. We're still alive. For most of us are anyway. Only seat belts we had was Mama's arms.
I know.
No responsible mothers were around in the 80s, except for Cindy. There were a few because they made car seats for people who were responsible. Sticking your head out the window like a dog going down the highway. Gen X. Well, we used to sit in the back of Daddy's truck singing every kind of song that you can come up with, just sitting in the back of that truck, riding through town, going 40, 50 miles an hour. Oh, that sounds scary. He said his uncle he used to ride in the back of the truck, and his uncle used to hit as many bumps as he could just to get him to bounce up. That sounds scary. Did your mom whip her arm out to the side and stuff? I still do that. I did that to my grandmother, my 86-year-old grandmother. She smacked my arm away so quick. What are you doing? She really did. She thought I was being rude to her. We should ride in the back of trucks, no security at all. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And some of us were dumb and tried to sit up on the top of the wheel well side of it. No. Sit your ass down in that truck. That daddy used to say, sit your ass right down. Not everyone was riding around in baskets, but y'all still did well raising my generation, so I've got no complaints. Aw. My son ain't never seen the back of a truck. My son ain't never seen a car without a seatbelt or a car seat. He's never drank out of a garden hose, never swam in a creek. Yeah, he does not like dirt from a very young child. He'd fall in the dirt, get up, dust his hands off. Dirty. It's a different world.
So you've told us a pretty concise version of what happened. There was one man who did this. And
One man that I saw.
Okay,
one man that I saw.
Correct. One man.
There were four different sets of shoe prints at the crime scene, not mine.
Okay, but your memory, which you've told us repeatedly today, is you saw one man entered your car, one man shot your children, correct?
I know that's right.
So a minute ago when you were speaking to Ms. Cleaver, you got a little agitated and said, everyone keeps saying I'm claiming stuff. I'm not, I'm just asking, correct?
Asking.
And that's
correct.
And that's because people have told you, and it's very clear from this record, that you are alleged to have given multiple different versions of what happened over the years. Is that correct?
Incorrect, but kind of. Depends on your version of over the years. In my parole board hearings.
Okay. Well, so for example, in 2010, you said I wasn't changing my story when I gave these different events. I was trying to help by repeating things that happened in dreams or that people told you. Is that correct?
Before the parole board hearings,
Just
her
answer the
story,
question.
if that's
Just answer the question directly. You're going to dance around it. Dance, dance, dance.
what you want to call it, was always the same. When I came to the parole board in 2010, I actually believed, there we go. I actually believed that the parole board really wanted to know the truth, because your decision will decide whether or not I stay in prison or whether I go home. And so I made the assumption that the parole board wanted to know the truth. And so I told them everything, and that they wanted to understand. And so I told them everything that I could conceive of.
So you're insulting the 2025 parole board by basically telling them that you don't think that anybody on this parole hearing wants to hear the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Sounds very unique.
That they would need to know, because I thought you were an investigative body. And I still think you are. I don't know. I still think you are. I don't know what the parole board's job is. But I had it in my mind, because you sent a psychologist to investigate me, and because you asked questions that seemed probing, I assumed that the parole board is an investigative body. But Mr. Bailey today, he actually did. I appreciate that so much, Mr. Bailey, because you made a point to me that sets me straight, which is the trial is over. What we're talking about today is, do you have a severe personality disorder? And that's it. Because
Nobody asked you that question, ma'am. Nobody asked you a question. Nobody asked you if you had a severe personality disorder. You've already just said it 5 or 6 times yourself. Nobody asked you that question.
Force the punishment and not to retry the case. And so this is like an initial, what we're doing today, it's kind of like an initial parole board hearing. This is my 4th one. And each one of them is like an initial parole board hearing. And so initially I thought, like I said, that it was a probative body. And so I answered the questions to the best of my ability. Then the next time it happened again, the next time it didn't. In 2010, they didn't. We didn't talk about the case at all. But it was 2 of the members were the same.
Yeah, we only got to watch 14 minutes of it. I think, I can't remember if it was in the first or the second one, but we got to watch 14 minutes of her live and in person. And it was just, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, pretend judge, it was basically the face you see on there right now, but just a little bit older with absolutely no expression whatsoever. It's almost exactly the same as watching her still picture, honestly.
Miss Wheeler and Miss Baker were the same. And so we didn't talk about the case at all in the second hearing. And then in 2010, it was, again, an initial parole board hearing. And so, again, I thought, well, they're probing. They're investigators. They're investigating. And I genuinely, Mr. Bailey, I sincerely and genuinely, I am very thankful, because I understand now that I've been misguided by myself, I guess by my hope, because I want answers, and I keep hoping that you'll help me get the answers.
So I think I think we're getting off track relevant to my question.
Yeah.
So you testified a minute ago that before 2010, your story had always been the same, but the record shows that you told police this was done by one man. You then a bushy-haired stranger. Then it said there was 2 men wearing ski masks, which is clearly not consistent with what you told us today. Then you said you knew who shot the children. Then you claimed the kids were shot from outside the car, though that's obviously in conflict with what you said today. So help me understand.
Okay, thank you. Now, see, that is a good question. That I can answer, because it's not just out there. Bushy-haired stranger was the state's term, not mine. I told them, and I gave a composite. And they said, Diane Downs said a bushy-haired stranger did it. I never said that. I have never used the term bushy-haired stranger. It was my attorney who later informed me that that is a term that the police throw out so that every other police agency across the nation understands this is our case and not her case. We've got this, and it doesn't. She's the suspect and nobody else. I did not know that, so I never said bushy-haired stranger. Then the police kept saying, you have to remember, you're suppressing, you're repressing, you're intentionally lying, you're not remembering. And I told them everything that happened. But they kept asking these questions and trying to undermine my confidence that I remembered everything. And then that would cause me to have nightmares. And so when I would have a nightmare, I would think that was my unconscious mind unlocking memories that I had repressed. The police said I repressed it, and my parents raised me to believe the police are the good guys. So I still believe the police are the good guys. And so when the next time they called me at work and they said, Diane, we need you to come to the police department, or to the DA's office. We need you to come down here after work. Okay, we have some information for you. So I would drive, I'd get off work, I'd go drive to meet with Doug and Kurt. And they didn't have any questions. They didn't have any new information. They simply wanted to interrogate me, but I didn't know that. They said they had information. So then I said, well, they said, anything new come up? Do you have any new information? Has some of your memory just unfolded for us? And I said, well, I had a dream, and maybe it's my unconscious mind. And there you go. And so that became the next change of story, but it wasn't a change of story. It's me looking for answers. They told me I had the answers locked in my head, and there's no answers locked in my head. I'm still asking questions. It's been 42 years and I'm still wanting to know the truth. I still want to know what happened.
You don't want to know the truth, and you don't want us to know the truth. You don't want your children to know the truth. I don't know at this point, Diane, if you even know the truth yourself. I don't have any clue. So, 1983, stranger shot her. Let's see. We can't do very much of this. If I disappear, Rubber, message me and let me know that I disappeared off the screen, and we'll take it down, okay? Put my little person here. Let's put our little guardian out. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's go here.
She and her 3 children were shot by a strange man.
I never wanted to become something like that. Something like her.
Mrs. Downs was wounded in the left arm and was able to drive the children to the hospital that night.
A part of me was afraid that that's where I came from. Does that mean where I'm going?
Christy was shot first. 3-year-old.
Look at those kiddos. This is one of the things that we haven't got to see much through the last 5 episodes. Those kiddos. This is from that special, the My Mother's Sins. I'm not gonna watch very much of it, but I definitely wanted to see a few, like the pictures of her children, and a few of the things that they talk about in here are important to me. Look at that baby boy. They're also just innocent looking. Man, did we look happy in the 80s. She's allergic to the truth, yeah? Might make her eyebrows fall off. Have you guys heard it said that after a person takes the life of another person, that their eyes actually change? I've heard it said in several cases and in several podcasts that I've watched over the last couple of years about serial killers and stuff like that, about how somebody's eyes physically change from what they used to be to after you've taken a life, that you just have, like, your eyes actually change, that you look like something completely different from what you used to look like. Yeah, dead eyes. I guess they call it that. Yeah, dead eyes. Something of the sort.
Danny was shot in the back. 7-year-old Cheryl.
Up and down, knocking on doors, asking if
7-year-old Cheryl was shot twice from behind and died on the way to the hospital.
And the fact that I felt some sort of a connection to her was terrifying.
Over the weekend, rumors began to fly about
We have not overlooked any possible suspects.
Reporters covering the story were getting hints that Downs herself was.
Okay, there's the question. That was the question that she was just asked in the hearing, and that's what I wanted to know. So the guy did, in fact, say that they did not overlook any possible other suspects, and she said that they did. And he said out loud, they did not overlook any possible suspects. So I will put this link in here so that you guys can finish watching that. We can't watch too much of it just because of the simple fact that ABC will take us down. I'm going to put that there so you, let's see, not that one. Not that one. Put that link, hold on. Let me get the right link. Where'd it go? I think Rubber gave us this. No, there it is. There it is. Okay. There we go. That one you should be able to click just fine. And then that'll take you to that story of the beginning of that ABC story. Okay, anyway, here we go back to it.
And it's just not there. It's nobody wants to give it up. And so then what was the next one? So that was the ski masks. I don't remember the next one that you said.
That you knew who the assailant was, and that the shooting happened outside.
Oh yeah. That was at the end, because what they said was it was during that one particular meeting when I said, well, I had dreams, and it was two guys in a ski mask, and they said, well, it would take two guys to overpower you. I mean, you are such a big, powerful woman.
Oh my. What does Hannah say? Jesus Christ on a bicycle. Are you serious? It would take two guys to hold you down because you are such a big, powerful woman. Wow. Okay. You go, girl.
They're like, no, I'm not. Because, well, didn't you used to fight with Steve Downs all the time? I mean, you could take him on, so surely it would take two men. And I'm like,
you can hear the parole board taking in the deepest breaths to try to get fresh air from all of the bullshit in the room. All of the bullshit in the room.
You would listen to the tape recording. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not just ad-libbing here. I'm telling you what they said. And I said, no, I'm not. And then they said, well, you know what we found out is that they were talking about Steve and how Steve they said, we found out that Steve stole his own car for insurance money. We found out that Steve burned his friend's house for insurance money. Steve admitted to setting your house on fire. And I'm like, oh my God. And so that's when I jumped up and I said, oh my God, I know who did this. I know who did this. I thought it was Steve. I thought they were telling me it was Steve. That doesn't mean I changed my story. That was a progression of an investigation in which they were leading me to a point. I don't know what the point was, but I actually believed that.
Ma'am, I did not change my story. That's what she told the parole board. I did not change my story. The police changed it for me. They were leading me down the path. And so I adapted my narrative to the path that the police were leading me down. Don't you know? I didn't change my story. I adapted to what everybody around me was saying.
That my ex-husband was behind this at that time. And I went back and I thought about it and I said, he was in Arizona. He did not do this. He did not do this. So.
Okay. So it's clearer to you now, 42 years later, what happened than it was at the time.
I know what happened. That's always been clear to me. I know exactly what happened. That's never been a question. I don't know why it happened. I don't know who was behind it.
Ma'am, it wasn't 30 minutes ago that you just told these people over here on this panel that you didn't have all the answers, that you didn't know the answers. If I had the answers, I would give them to you. I know it happened. I don't know why it happened. I don't know who was behind it. You just told him you didn't have any of the answers, and now you have all the answers again. Oh, I know why it happened. I mean, I don't know why it happened. I mean, I do. I mean, I don't.
I don't know who did it, but I know what happened. I told the police that night what happened. My children and I stopped for a stranger on the road. He shot us for no reason other than my sassy mouth. He wanted the car, and I said, "You got to be kidding." And he shot my kids. He came back out. I pretended throwing the car keys because he said he wanted the car. We struggled. Apparently, I was shot. I didn't know it at the time. And I went to the hospital, and that was it. Okay. That has never changed. That has never, ever, ever, ever changed.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Downs. I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Reese?
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions. When Chair Bailey asked you about the most recent psychological evaluation with Dr. Milkey, you said you disagreed with his diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. Why?
Yes. First of all, I think all of us are narcissistic to an extent, the whole world. But narcissism is somebody who doesn't care about anybody else. Everything that they do has a means to an end, which is to gratify some spoken or unspoken need for them.
I feel the parole board just in the background. She's trying to redefine what narcissism is. Someone who doesn't care about anyone else. It's the absence of care. It's when you don't care about anybody else. Narcissistic personality disorder is caring when it only benefits you. When it reflects well on you, Diane. Feeling empathy only when it supports you, Diane. Needing admiration. More than one connection to the outside world. By saying it's not me, you unintentionally confirmed exactly what your diagnosis fits. You equate caring with your own emotional experience, not the actual welfare of anybody else. It's about you. Performative much? Performative empathy much? It sounds sincere, but it always circles back to you. That means someone who doesn't care about anyone else, and that's not me. But by definition, you're showing exactly why you were diagnosed with that in the first place. Narcissism isn't about not caring, it's about caring only when it benefits you. It's conditional. Crap.
Themselves. I am not that kind of person. When people come and say, "Diane, I have to run on a ducket really quick. Can you help me? I need to do something." Sure. Can you push my wheelchair? Absolutely. Can you go pick something up from the program office for me, get some paperwork for me so that I can finish this typing? Absolutely. Those are things that I do just spontaneously, without a thought. There's no narcissism involved in that. He said narcissistic people lack
Actually,
empathy.
there is, Diane. Narcissism is all involved in that. Somebody needs help in a wheelchair. I got you. I got you, man. Somebody needs help out on the ducket. I got you, man. I got you. It's all about me, what I can do for you. Let me tell you what I can do for you. You're like the snake oil salesman, bro. I got you. She's so fantastic because she runs errands in prison. There's nothing narcissistic about her doing those things for her own benefit. If somebody sees me do these awesome things, they'll know I'm a good person. Content, you know that. I shot my kids, but it was unintentional. Your sleep meds are kicking in. If you get quiet, you're out. Kay's Nana, I am so happy to have you in chat today. We will try to keep it down a little bit, but I can't promise because this heifer, she triggers me. I'll try to be as quiet as I can. Sleep well when you get there, okay?
I empathize. I listen to people all day long. As a porter on my job, people come out all day long and say the things that happen to them during the day. I listen to them. I rarely give advice. If they ask for it, I give them the best advice that I can, which is think about what has happened. Don't just jump to conclusions. Just because somebody else is saying something ugly doesn't mean that maybe they're going through something. Those are the things. He says that I don't have remorse. I have remorse. I live with remorse. That is the only thing. I got shingles from remorse. You don't ever want to get shingles. It's nasty stuff.
What
he
the
says
hell?
That
She got shingles from remorse? She's gathering info to use later. Yeah. I agree. Then she'll say, remember when I did that for you? Oh, yeah. Or she can go and tell the COs, guess what? Guess what so-and-so's doing over here? Reward me. I'll need an extra piece of cheese today. Thank you, CO. Thank you. You don't ever want to get shot and paralyzed. Amen. Ooh, say it ain't so. Okay, thank you. Say it ain't so. She's full of poo. All of this echoes her earlier assessments by other evaluators. Dr. Guyton, Dr. Milkey, all the predecessors who describe her as intellectualized but flatly self-referential. What she can do for herself and nobody else. Lack of remorse doesn't mean someone isn't sorry. It just means that they can't express emotional responsibility, right? She has to minimize everything, externalize it, send it to somebody else, rationalize everything, and have no empathy. She needs cheese, Pop Tarts, and Staples. Stat. Don't leave her in the closet with a CO. Ew, rubber. Mm-mm. No, no.
Nope.
She's full of BS. Maybe from being stressed about lying, but remorse, don't think so. Agreed. You might have got stressed out about something, worrying about your lies, and that's how you ended up with the shingles. But it wasn't because you were so trustworthy and sympathetic that it gave you shingles.
lack insight. But everything that is pigeonholed in is she lacks remorse because she won't confess. She lacks empathy because she won't confess. She lacks insight because she won't confess. But I didn't do it.
You're wrong. The parole decisions hinge on a couple of different questions, and they're three really, really basic questions. Do you accept responsibility, take accountability for what you did? Do you understand the harm that you did to others? And have you changed in any way that would reduce the risk of society if you went out in public? That's it. That it doesn't need anything else. They don't need all of the rest of this. They don't need all of the rest of this crap that you keep feeding them. It's three basic questions. Have you accepted responsibility, taken accountability for what you did? Do you understand that you caused harm to your children and killed one of them children? And have you changed in any way that would reduce your risk to society if we put you out on the street? And the answer is factual. It's just no. No. No, no, and no. She hasn't, she didn't, and she won't. I like your contractions. She has no change. Probably even gotten worse.
So if he pins everything on the fact that I won't confess, if he pins narcissism, which he does in this report, if he roots everything, all of narcissism based in the fact that I won't confess, then the fact that I'm factually innocent means there's no narcissism. He doesn't have any other reason to call me narcissistic. There's nothing in my trial transcript that shows narcissism. There's nothing in my childhood that shows narcissism. I cared for my siblings when they were coming up the same way my mom cared for her siblings when they were coming up, because I learned from my mom. I go to church. We give to charities. I crochet.
Who gives a shit? If the doctor bases narcissism on the fact that I won't confess, then since I'm innocent, that proves I'm not a narcissist. There's an airtight reason for her. She didn't do it. If I'm refusing to confess, I have the moral high ground because it's not psychological at that point. You leaving for work already? I've been talking about you, about how you won't let me hold you like a baby. You're way too big for that? All right. Have a good night at work. All right. I love you. Be careful, son. Oh, okay. Let her out. She crochets. She crochets. It was a fucked up circular argument. Teresa, you guys are my people. I wonder if she ever pissed off other inmates and they knocked her in the next week. We can only fantasize. Because her disciplinary reports don't show that she was hit with them bars of soap with a sock in it. That is not what causes the narcissism diagnosis, ma'am. She's made over 500 blankets. Well, gosh darn. She's a saint. Oh, can I write her? Make me a scarf. She knits, babe. She crochets, and so we should let her out because she's clearly cleared of all charges at this point.
Probably crochet in a holster.
But hear this. This is what she said. She says if the doctor is basing her narcissism on the fact that she won't confess and she's innocent, then that clearly proves that she's not a narcissist. Going to work?
Yeah.
I love you, honey. All right. Have a good night. So she's trying to sound rational. But just like Teresa said, I think it was Teresa, right? Whoever said that was a. Who was it? Who said it? Well, anyway, it reveals a lot of circular reasoning with her, a cognitive loop, round and round and round. Personality disorders have that kind of denial structure. Well, this particular one does, right? Narcissistic personality disorder does. She assumes her innocence is already true. Therefore, anything contradicting that, like a diagnosis contrary to that, is false. So a professional diagnosing her must be wrong because they don't believe her innocence. So therefore, you couldn't possibly see what was really wrong with her. The audacity. Let her out. She can star in Walking Dead. Head zombie. Absolutely. She doesn't feel dissonance because the lie is fitting her self image so perfectly that in her brain it's the truth. She doesn't feel dissonance. Because if the lie fits her image, the self image that she has so perfectly in her brain, then that's the truth. That's why she doesn't feel dissonance. That's crazy. No new information can get in that head. None. You can't tell her nothing. She's Bart Simpson. Didn't see me do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything. This is crazy. I'm here for facts and funnies. We've got to pepper in both because I'm telling you. The doctor just thinks she's a narcissist because she won't confess. You're in awe. Where the hell did she get a crochet needle? Let's let us hope she doesn't finger crochet. Oh my gosh, Becky, I never even thought about that. Is that a thing? Can you finger crochet? Like you don't need a new needle. You just wrap it around your fingers and like boop, pull it through. Boop. That's funny. She's very callous. She's very callous. I'm gonna name her Diane Grandiosity Downs. You can? Finger crochet is a thing? Oh, you learn something every day. Well, she builds her innocence around her identity, then uses the identity to disprove every fact that anybody challenges on her. So that's exactly what narcissism looks like. This is what it looks like in practice. If you've ever wanted to see a true narcissism, what a narcissist looks like, this is her in practice. You cannot separate belief from reality or accountability from persecution. You just can't. She can't do it. Every word she says proves that she isn't one. So she's proving that she is one, if that makes sense.
Blankets for children and veterans hospitals. I don't have to do that. There's a lot of people who don't because nobody ever knows. You wouldn't have known if you hadn't asked.
Keep your blankets, ma'am.
So it's not something I do. And I approach 500 blankets. They call me the machine. So, and it's I could have crocheted one blanket, got a chrono, that would have been in my e-file, but I crocheted 500 blankets. And I do it simply because it's the right thing to do, because I care about veterans of foreign wars. I care about children whose homes are burned down or there's a tornado. So that's not narcissism. Those are not narcissistic traits. He labeled them. Finally, somebody for the first time ever gave me a list, because I told him I don't even know what narcissism.
Yeah, throw them damn dolls at this hack. Laughing inappropriately again.
Means. He labeled in his report what it takes to be narcissistic and why he felt that it was. I don't fit any of those categories, and that's the reason I take exception with that. I take exception with that one because of that.
So two of the factors that he noted in his diagnosis are a pervasive pattern of grandiosity and a need for admiration.
Right.
Do you?
Dang, did we not just say that? I mean, the reason that he's saying that is because those are just standard textbook. It's textbook what you're doing, ma'am. Grandiosity, the need for. Ugh. I'm patting my head over here.
See that in yourself?
No, she don't
do
see
not.
that. Credence, hello. How are you?
I think, I don't know. I would have to ask him why he said that. Probably because there was a movie and a book, but I didn't do those. I did everything I could to avoid a movie and a book.
She says the reason that the doctor thinks that she's narcissistic and has the need for grandiosity is because there was a movie and a book. Huh? I can't be wrong, and anyone who disagrees with me is. How are you today? Thumbs up. That reminds me, would you guys mind hitting the thumbs up for me, please? Thank you so much. Welcome in. It's nice to see you.
I did not talk to the author of the book because I didn't want a book. I didn't talk to the script writer of the movie and I didn't sign a release. So I don't know.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there goes to the proof that you didn't need to sign a release because somebody made a movie and a book about you and you didn't have to sign a release. Thank you very much for proving our point.
Know why they think that I want to be in the front pages. I did allow the media to talk to me when I was young. Right after I got arrested, I did talk to the media, but it was because I couldn't see my children. It was the only way that I could tell them I loved them, that I wanted them to know that I didn't just walk away from them. I wanted them to know, I love you, I miss you, I want you to be okay. But none of that ever hit the TV screen. And so I stopped talking to them. But I didn't talk to the media because I wanted to be on TV. You should look. My hair was always a mess. I certainly wasn't doing it to be glammed up. There were no false eyelashes. There was no high heels. It wasn't like that. I just wanted to get a message to my kids that your mommy still loves you. And that never hit the TV. And so I stopped talking to them. So grandiosity, I think one of the reasons is the vice chair. I'm bad with last names. I'm sorry. That's why I use first names all the time. Vice chair said that this all sounds really crazy. Everybody hates you. Well, that's his perception and your perception, but it's actually true, and I don't know why. But just because I'm aware of it doesn't make me grandiose. It makes me alert. It makes me aware that
It doesn't make her grandiose. It just makes her alert. I put the link for Credence and Mikey in the chat, and I am so blessed to have you come and grace us with your presence. I absolutely adore your channel, and anybody who hasn't seen it needs to go and subscribe. They have a lot of court and body cam videos that I really like to watch. I know I don't have to, but I want to. I really enjoy your channel. Really enjoy your channel, and I know a lot of other people do too. So definitely go and check them out if you haven't. Her definition of grandiose and my definition of grandiose are two different things entirely. This is what Sarah Boone will sound like when she's 70. Girl, this is what Sarah Boone sounds like now, K Swan. Sarah Boone is a tragic case of narcissism as well. The typing. Look, I already told you guys on the first day, I completely and 100% see you guys all in the chat, like on your computers, because you guys are taking notes. You guys are taking notes. The two encyclopedias and the meteorologists all taking notes. You guys are a whole team. You're an asset in here, okay? I thought they had to work though. Thank you. No kidding. Work is actually a privilege, so she may be prevented from working. Interesting. Interesting. Both are annoying as you guys are troopers for putting up with this for the 5 days of this series.
that I have an enemy. I just don't know who it is. It doesn't mean that, oh, I'm so important that somebody hates me. I'm not. I'm nobody. I was a mailman. That's all I was. And a mom. And a sister. And a daughter. I wasn't important. So, yeah.
It wasn't important. So you murdered your children. Well, you murdered one child and shot the other two and made yourself important. Wow, success. You did it, Diane. You've really made it. You deserve an Emmy or an Oscar, all of the things that go along with that.
Okay, last question for you. You wrote a letter to the Eugene office of the FBI.
Yep.
May 28th, 2020. And you wrote in that letter, in 2010, the Oregon Director of Corrections wrote a letter to me. He said he'd received instructions from an external agency directing the outcome of my 2010 parole hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you still believe that?
He did.
Okay.
I still have a letter.
And I asked because throughout today's hearing, you've said the things you've said were not allegations, they were questions. But so you would agree that this is an allegation.
Well, it's not an allegation. I sent him the letter.
So
I sent him.
So the way she's wording this is going to be completely confusing. The phrasing is confusing. If she believes the FBI's supposed actions in 2020 somehow influenced or rewrote what already happened in 2010, she's more delusional than we thought. Are you serious? I mean, this is definitely the illusion of somebody trying to preserve influence for events that happened like a decade later. You're not going to frame the FBI for the outcome of a parole hearing in 2010. Wow. Delusional, unrelated events have nothing to do with the FBI. You guys are, she's insane. I mean, she's not clinically insane, but think about it. A letter written 40 years after the crime and 10 years after that hearing supposedly changed the story. Stop it now.
In the letter, I said the Director of Corrections sent a letter to me saying that your upcoming parole board will be handled by somebody else, and we are receiving instructions on how to handle it. And By who? You don't tell the director of corrections what to do. And it wasn't from you guys. Somebody outside of him was directing his conduct. He says, we are being instructed on how to conduct your parole board hearing. And I didn't understand what that meant. And I wanted to understand who more important than Oregon could do this. So yes, every citizen in America has a right to ask the FBI to investigate something. That doesn't mean they're going to do it, but I have a right to my legal counsel, and I didn't have an attorney. I didn't have anybody that could find out who is controlling, who is causing the director of corrections, Oregon director of corrections, to write a letter to me. First of all, why would you even tell me that? Why would he even tell me that? Why not just do it? Why are you telling me that somebody, unless you want me to ask questions, that of course everybody on the planet who watches this thing on TV knows that.
But you have no idea why your doctor might say you have narcissistic personality disorder and a need for grandiosity. Everybody who hears this, everybody on the planet, anybody in the whole wide world who hears this is gonna know. Okay. Okay, girl. Okay. I'm embarrassed too, Orange. Come on. She loves being Diane Downs. It's her claim to fame. Without the last name, no one would probably pick up on what happens to her as this all drags along. Of course, that's a really good point. If she had given Stephen his name back, we wouldn't even know who she was. Nope, the FBI doesn't give a crap about local crimes. Well,
I will bite. If you toss me a morsel and it hints of an answer to this crazy crap, I'm gonna follow the lead. I want to know why. Why did somebody do this? And so if somebody is giving the director of corrections instructions on what to do with me, there's only one more person more important than more powerful than the director of corrections. That's the governor. And on top of the governor, there's only the president. So I want an investigative agency to find out who, because I don't know. It was a question, but the letter was real.
So where's the
letter?
letter?
Was real. The FBI has it. Huh?
yeah, where's the letter,
the letter?
Diane?
I think I'm not going to tell you where it is, first of all, because I don't want somebody to go and take it. I have learned not to trust.
Oh my Jesus Christ in the sky. Really? You're not going to tell the parole board where it is because you don't want somebody to go in and take it. These people have your future in their hands. You know you've already screwed up. You know you're not going to get out of prison. So it is what it is, right? So I don't want somebody to go in and take it. I've learned not to trust. I'll turn a morsel into a slippery mountain. Yeah, mountain out of a molehill for damn sure. For damn sure. Pathetic.
It is in a safe place, but I know the FBI has a copy because I sent them a copy. Okay. So yes, everything that I have that I don't want to be stolen is in a safe place.
All right. Thank you very much.
Are you alluding to the fact that you have somewhere outside of a cell that you were able to siphon things out of prison and give them to somebody else? Is that what you're alluding to? Because I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Pretty sure.
You're welcome.
I don't have any remaining questions. Thank you.
Okay. So we've got one last topic, Ms. Downs, and that's parole plan. So I reviewed what you submitted. I saw your goals. You listed out your goals for parole, the things you wanted to achieve. I know that originally you'd wanted to go into the veterans housing, but then that kind of fell through. So I'm just curious, do you have any updates for?
Why the hell would the veterans want you in their houses? Why in the hell would she even be considered for veteran housing? Because you made them a blanket? Miss me with that shit. Are you serious? Yeah, they're in her AC vent for safekeeping. I do not know. If released, where would you live? There's only a couple questions they want to know. If released, where would you live? How are you going to support yourself? What kind of support system do you have or counseling on the outside? And what would help you reintegrate into society yourself, right? That's like the typical 5 questions of every inmate, the overall. I cannot wait. You guys are going to they're not like bureaucratic questions. They're risk assessment, right? This is the risk assessment part at the end of all of this stuff is designed to be a risk assessment for Diane Downs and for the community itself, right? They want to know if you're realistic, if you have a grounded plan, or if you're still living in some sort of a fantasy world. Um, hmm, Left or right? What do we think? Fantasy on the left, or reality on the right? I don't know. It's disrespectful. Hmm. I don't see anything about that at all. I don't see anything about that question at all. Was she in the military at some point in time in her younger years? I hadn't read about that, to be honest with you. To the left, to the left. Everything Diane says in the box to the left. She's a veteran at the she's a veteran federal postal office worker. She had barely started that job, huh? Her father said everyone knows her as Diane. If she cared at all, she would release the Downs surname. Yeah. But then she didn't. She doesn't. She's not going to. She needs that name. I think she enlisted at some point. Okay. We'll have to look that up. I'm not sure. I don't know either way. Yeah, I was going to say it might be referenced somewhere. We'll look it up. Super unimportant here because she's not getting into the damn veterans housing anyway. All right, let's see what other grandiose things come out of her mouth.
Us on what your parole plan would be, especially your housing plan.
My housing plans, my brother sent you a letter. I actually have 3 options. My sister was really upset at me that I did not tell her that she could write a letter and offer because she wanted to bring me home too. So I have 3 housing options. I don't have money in the bank right now because I live on 16 cents an hour and
Skirt! Encycler Armada coming through. Force says she was in the 112th Squadron of the Mean Girls Club. Nobody wants to claim her. Encycler Armada says Diane Downs briefly joined the Air Force, reportedly to escape her difficult home life. However, the service appears to have been short-lived as she was expelled from college. He says her ex is a vet, but not her. The service appears to have been short-lived as she was expelled from college around the same time and subsequently worked for the United States Postal Service before her crime. So she was in the Air Force, didn't make it through boot camp, I'm going to guess, and then we'll go from there. It won't let you like the video? I love your name. I do love your name, Thursday's Child. I don't know why it wouldn't let you like the video. That's really weird. Maybe go out and close it and come back in? I'm not sure. It's really weird. You know, YouTube's been raging out on us. I knew it had to be Air Force. Diane allegedly left when Christy was 6 months old for the United States Air Force. She came home less than a month later. Okay. Girl. She married Steve, who was also in the United States Navy. Thank you. She got caught sleeping with half the battalion and they booted her. You guys are funny. Oh no, Lisa, you did good. We wouldn't have let you. She was discharged from the Air Force due to her. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that verified? Are you serious? Or are you just shoving funny stuff in my ear so that I can gloat at the fact that she was a whore even then? Diane Downs was discharged from the Air Force due to her promiscuous behavior. The behavior reportedly mirrored her actions in college, where she was also expelled for similar reasons. Yeah, try to go out and come back in. Per Wikipedia. Thank you, Encyclopedia friends. She has done every job at that prison, but is now retired due to her age. Yeah, of course she is. Dude, really, Rubber? Y'all are funny.
And an allowance from my mom. But each of them owns their own houses. My brother's house it's like a duplex. It's two houses conjoined by a great room. He wants me to come and stay there because he wants to be able to show me what the world is like. It's different. Phones are different. Banking is different. Getting a driver's license is different. He has a truck that he has graciously offered to let me use as long as I need. So James wants me to come there. My mom wants me to come there because since Dad passed, she's very lonely. We talk 3 times a week, and every time I call, she goes, I don't see you at my front door yet. I don't see you at my front door yet. So Mom really wants me to go there. And then my sister, Kate, she goes, how come everybody got invited to write a letter? I wanted to write one. So Kate would like to bring me home too, she and her wife. So yes, so is housing. That's immediate housing. I am still spry. I'm 70 years old, but I still work full time and double time because I work for the unit. I volunteer for the unit the rest of the time. I can get a job at Walmart as a greeter if that's what it takes. I could work at Jack in the Box for minimum wage, which by the way is crazy now. So there's any number of clerical jobs that I can do. I can get a job for an attorney. I have been studying the law for a long time. I could get a job with just about any attorney in the neighborhood as a paralegal and do that online. I don't even have to go out and dig a ditch. So there's any number of jobs that I am capable. And once I'm out, I am certainly motivated. I'm a fire sign. I have energy. I can't just sit there and watch TV. I don't even do that in prison. I have to be physical and able-bodied in doing things. So I have housing. I have.
Welcome to Walmart. I shot my kids in 1983. Please come in and enjoy your shopping today. Give me a freaking break. Yeah, she cheated and behaved promiscuously at the same time. You don't have to stand in the corner. No attorney would ever hire her as a paralegal or otherwise. No way. She'd be way more of a liability than yeah. She'd be a crossing guard. Bullshit. She says she doesn't work now due to her age. She lies so much. I know. She can't even keep her eyes straight. She can't keep her eyes straight or her lies. Rubber, thank you for all of the information. As if an attorney would hire her. Think who the hell would hire you? Get a grip. That's exactly right. That fantasy world she lives in. She'd be a crossing guard. She'd let the cars hit the kids. Oh my content. Sorry I subjected y'all to that. If I read it, you have to as well. Casey Anthony, we see you. You'd be fired the first day. Yeah, oppositional defiance disorder as well as narcissistic behavior. She's putting in hard work as Satan's secretary. You guys are funny. Rubber, we do appreciate you. Encyclo Ramada. Encyclo Butterfly.
Job skills.
Meteorologist Abellis.
I can work as a clerk. I can work as a Walmart greeter. I can do just about anything. Just about anything.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, Ms. Downs, I've asked you a lot of questions today, and I think that covers all the questions that I had for you. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cleaver. Any remaining questions?
No, what you submitted regarding your parole plan and the questions you've already responded to. I don't have any in addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Brooks.
I also don't have any questions on this topic.
Mr. Reese.
Well, at the beginning of this hearing, when we were talking about finances and There was the question about SSI benefits, and you said you didn't really know whether you'd receive a lump sum of over $100,000. That previously you seemed, at least on paper, to be pretty certain that would happen. I mean, you wrote that it would happen and that would support you.
Well,
so now it seems you're thinking maybe that's not going to happen. How does that shape your parole plan, if any?
I do know for a fact what Nathan told me. I trusted what Nathan said. So that would be compensation for the time I've spent in prison. I don't know if that's real or not. What I do know for a fact is
I'm going to reiterate the fact that nobody in the world is going to get compensation for the time that they spent in prison if you get out on parole or otherwise. The only way that you would be compensated for your time in prison is if you were exonerated for your innocence, of which you are not. And even then, you have to go through years and years of court just to get compensated for that type of thing.
for SSI is that because of the girls that have paroled and they leave here. When they leave here and they are elderly, there is compensation future coming. If I accept that compensation, which is about they said $1,700, well, it's minimum wage. So $1,750 a month, and now it's more because minimum wage has gone up. Once I get a job, I get to pay that back. So it's not, they're investing in me, unless of course I'm too disabled that I cannot. It's SSDI. And Social Security's reasoning is because of my age and because of the amount of years that I've spent in prison, I am clinically considered disabled because I have not been permitted to think for myself, which I disagree with. Yes,
what
we
the
are told
hell?
when to go to bed, when to get up, when to eat, where to eat, walk the yellow line.
Oh, I am totally talking to myself. I'm here laughing. I'm answering every single one of you and just talking and talking. And I said some funny shit too. And y'all missed it all. No, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. I'm sorry. I was sitting here laughing. No, it's not 1700. There's way too much to remember. And I did read the compensation statement, just made my eyes roll out of my head and down the hall and around the corner. Like, wow, lady. No, she's not right. No, it's not a thing. Yeah, my sound cut out too. I probably forgot what I was doing here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, she ain't gonna get the SSI. She ain't gonna get anything. She ain't gonna get shit. Because she ain't going nowhere. Rub a lamp, Diane. Summon a genie.
But that still doesn't take our brains away. I still use my brain all the time. But clinically, we are considered disabled, so we are permitted to apply for and receive Social Security disability income. And that is a guarantee. That I know for a fact is because of the girls that have paroled and come back and told me about it. So, and I don't want to do that. That's why I didn't bring it up this time. I don't want to do that. But you want me to put something in writing, the parole board, not you. The parole board wants me to put something in writing that is certain. And when Nathan told me that, I believed it was certain. And so I put it in there because
Oh my gosh, I am sighing. If a person was receiving SSI or SSDI before their incarceration, the payments stop while you're in prison and they may resume when you get back out, but you have to reapply for it because they're suspended during incarceration. They can be reinstated after release if you were already on it. You have to reapply for it. You have to reapply for it. You're not automatically eligible for Social Security disability insurance because you were in prison. You have to have some functional medical criteria as your reason for applying for disability benefits. Generally, something that's medically determinable by physical or mental impairment, but not narcissism and not incarceration. Wow. Now, I will say if she has been in for a serious mental illness such as like schizophrenia, um, BPD sometimes qualifies, PTSD qualifies, it meets certain Social Security criteria. Paralysis, degenerative diseases, cognitive impairment, that type of stuff, but not the stuff that she's talking about. Not the stuff she's talking about. No, no, you're not. Who told you that? I want to know who. Her mind told her that, but the girls that have been blowing smoke up her hoo-ha. Your Social Security retirement payments are based off your work. She's not worked in her life. She has other diagnoses: narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic traits, and then one more, but none of them that qualify her as like BPD, schizophrenia, PTSD, that kind of thing. Not a cognitive impairment to that ability. Plus, they'd have to evaluate her on the outside. A parole report or a statement of hardship, even from inside the prison, would not help her with that. 10% of nothing is still nothing. Yeah. And yes, and a lot of times you are able to still work with those impairments. Yeah, you still have to have a documented diagnosis. Like it has to be on paper, not just something that she pulls out of her ass. No.
Because you don't want me to go out and be destitute. I'm not going to go out and live in my brother's house for the rest of my life, even though he wishes I would. I need to become an independent person again after I learn how to function in the world. And so I intend to get a job. And so, but the parole board wants something that's certain. And Social Security is certain because of my age. That's the only reason. I can't. Nathan gave me an amount. Nathan may have been lying. Nathan may not have been lying. I don't know. I won't know until the parole agent comes and gives me the application and explains it. I don't know how Nathan just imagined this. It was the parole agent that told him that. So I don't know. But I know for a fact from proven experience that there is Social Security disability income in the future. I would receive a check every month for that. And as soon as I get a job, I pay it back. I get to pay it back.
All right, thank you.
That makes no sense.
Miss Downs, just a couple clarifying points at your brother James's house. Is it just him and Mary that live at the home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you have your own room there?
Yes. Their house is built like a horseshoe, and there's a separate living on each side, and then there's a great room in the middle. So I would have basically a two-bedroom apartment on my side. He and Mary would have a two-bedroom apartment on their side, and then we have the kitchen and great room in between.
Okay.
And it's off the beaten path. It's in the country. There's nobody there. It's on the edge. It's on a cliff. It's on the edge of a mountain.
And are there any kind of weapons or anything in the home?
No, no way. No way. No.
And are there any minor age children that visit the home?
No.
No
and there's
grandchildren or anything?
It's an elderly community. There's none in the neighborhood either.
None come visit, like grandchildren or anything like that?
If they do, James and Mary never had children. James and Mary are without child. But my sister has grown kids. They're like in their 50s, and they have children. But John has kids that James and Mary sometimes entertain. And
yes or no?
Problem, I know where you're going with this. I have no problem going somewhere else, renting a motel if I need to, going to Howard Johnson's until they have if they're having dinner or whatever.
Okay.
I've talked to James about this. He understands, and he said that's not a problem. They come around like at Christmas time every other year. So Yeah.
Because I'm assuming you talked to him about this because you understood that you would likely, or that you would have a condition not to have contact with minors.
Yes, my friends have told me here that this is one of the stipulations they're going to have, and I said, I believe it. I believe it. So I told James about it, and he and Mary both understand. And I don't have a problem. Like I said, I'll go rent a motel for a week if I have to. It'll still be in the neighborhood. My parole officer will still be there. I'll still have contact with him or her.
Okay. And then the last question, this is something Dr. Guyton suggested last time when she met with you in 2020. She wanted you to include in your release plan, she wanted you to clearly identify how you will manage requests for your time and information from media and how you will deal with the stress of the media spotlight while living in the community. So that was something specific that she asked you to include in your release plan. I did not see it addressed in your submission.
I'm sorry, I forgot that. That was from 5 years ago, and I forgot that it was in there. I didn't review her thing, and Dr. Milky didn't put it in his, and so I didn't even think to send you. I will prepare something, but I can tell you on the record right now, and Fox is listening, I have absolutely no desire or willingness to talk to the media. I have.
And Fox is listening. Did you catch that? Fox is listening. You just said earlier that you needed to talk. They needed to come out and get you on some podcasts because nobody remembered your story, Diane. Isn't that what you said? But now you're famous again because Fox is listening to your parole hearing. Make up your mind.
Nothing for the media, and where James lives, I don't think they can even find him. And I would hope that you would redact his address and phone number so that they could not easily find me. Where James lives, trust me, you would have a tough time finding him. So yeah, I'm not worried about the media.
What have we heard before when people say, trust me? Trust me, guys, trust me.
I have no interest in them at all. None.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So Ms. Downs, this has been a pretty lengthy hearing, but we are getting really close to the end. And so I feel like we can just push through because I think we only got about 10 or 15 minutes left. So I just want to, Ms. Mayhew, does that fit your timeline for what you think you have to say?
Yeah, I'm going to be as brief as possible. And I'm wondering, just one other thing is that Ms. Downs' brother, who's here, he's happy to make a brief statement just confirming the support that he would provide for her both financially and in a home upon her release, if you think that would be helpful right now, if you're happy with what he's written. But he has every intention of ensuring her that she's going to be safe, well cared for, and financially stable.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, he can just talk if you want to get that on the record from him.
That's great. Thank you. So Mr. Frederickson, if you're on the line, I just want to let you know that you do have the right under the board rules as a support person for Ms. Downs to provide a statement to the board totaling no longer than 15 minutes. So it's totally up to you. If you want to say anything to us, it's really up to you. And so I'll just give you the floor and you can say what you want, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
And hi, thank you for the time, and thank you for the hearing today. I just want to let you know that Diane, she will have I'll make sure that society, she'll have a place to live for the rest of her life if she desires, or until it's at the point that we can know that she's able to successfully move back into society. I'm not really comfortable with words necessarily, but I will make sure that she has 100% success. It is a U-shaped home, and there is a suite on the other side that is completely vacant and open. I don't have any kids, and they come visit once a year, and I go visit them once a year. So there's no guns in my house. What else is covered? I don't think I have. I want her to be successful in the real world, just as you would want her to be, and I believe that it's done. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much, sir, for being here, and for your letter that we did review and read, and also for your update here today at the hearing. It's appreciated. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I next want to check back in briefly with Lane County Deputy District Attorney Joanne Miller. Ms. Miller, I let you know that I would check back in with you just to see, is there anything else that you want to tell the board? Again, as you know, we have read your 5-page letter that your office submitted. Anything else you want to add to the board today?
No, we believe that letter covers sufficiently all the categories talked about today, and still believe that Downs is suffering from addiction, which made her dangerous in instance to system personality. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Miller, for being here, and again for the statement on behalf of the Lane County Deputy District Attorney's Office. So, Ms. Mayhew, that means that you and Ms. Down now have the floor to have the closing word at today's hearing. So I'll turn it over to you for any closing statement either you want to do or with your client, however you want to work it.
Okay, Diane, if you're okay, I'll take this one. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've said enough.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to be really brief, Mr. Bailey, and I'd like to first thank you for giving us the opportunity to present some additional evidence. And we're going to try and keep it very much focused on not trying to prove her innocence, because that's not the process here, but just to give some support for the fact that what Diane is saying is supported in certain instances, and that she's not being grandiose or making it up or anything like that. Doing a parole hearing for someone who claims innocence is always much more complicated than a regular hearing where we can really address things like insight so much easier. And in this case, it's particularly difficult. I think one of the questions that was asked is like, why you? Why is this case so famous? You know, why is this case so famous? That is a really, really good question that I don't think anyone really has the answer to. I was looking on the internet the other day, and this case was described in a recent 2020 article by ABC News as having been a national spectacle, and the nation was gripped to this case from the very beginning. And so I think that Diane, in some ways, has had to deal with this just outsized attention that really, you know, doesn't make any sense. Particularly, I mean, every murder, especially every crime, is horrific. Every murder is terrible, and anytime children are involved, it's always particularly awful and tragic. And you know, of course, when a mother is accused, that becomes a more scandalous kind of a situation that people are far more judgmental of than when it's a man involved. I'm not just making that up because I'm a woman or because Diane Downs is a woman. It's just kind of a sort of fact. And it's also a much rarer situation. And over the years, Diane has been accused of enjoying the attention and being grandiose when she acknowledges it or recognizes it, but it is a fact. And so when she's told,
I mean, we definitely recognize that she enjoys telling the story and talking about the situation in just her form, and we recognize that as being narcissistic, and we're not psychologists. I mean, thank you for at least letting us know that we heard what we heard. Are you also gaslighting, Venetia?
Oregon made me famous. She's not saying that because she thinks highly of herself. She's saying that as an unfortunate recognition of the truth and the world that she's had to live in the last 42 years. Additional problems that Diane has faced is that she is not a demure.
Case one, you did not miss that. They just now asked a question about the letters that they sent. They sent them a 5-page letter to the parole hearing. They didn't go over that, but each one of the parole board members read it to themselves, and then they did say that they believed that she was still a danger to society for the things that they wrote in that 5-page letter, that they did not agree with her getting out. But they did not go over it in this parole hearing, no.
Docile woman. She's a fighter. She has fought for herself at every point. She refuses to accept the status quo. She said from the very beginning that she's innocent, and I hope that the DNA motion that we're able to submit next week will go some way towards helping her discover the whole truth of this case, and everyone else as well. But it's been extraordinarily difficult for her, and I think that she's been maligned greatly, and at times I will say that Diane massively hurts herself because she is too outspoken, because she is too argumentative, because she will entertain any idea put into her head as a possibility, because she talks too much. I think that's true. And so I would ask you today to just consider that maybe Diane has some personality traits that don't make her look favorable to the board in the way that she behaves or the way that she presents to the world, but that doesn't mean it's evidence of her guilt. There's not much evidence, I think, that stands up as to actual culpability.
You don't think there's enough evidence that stands up as to actual culpability, ma'am? And then she did just say that they were going to put in a motion for the DNA hearing the week after this. This happened on October the 30th. It is now, I believe, 11/11 of 2025. November the 11th of 2025, and I cannot find anything about the lawyer putting in the DNA motion for the case. So if anybody knows it, if anybody has seen it or knows where it is, just let me know. I have not seen it and don't know if it even exists. So as of right now, I can't find anything on it. But anyway, not much evidence thinking that would stand up as actual culpability. Not even a 22 caliber firearm that was linked back to the crime scene and also purchased and owned by Diane Downs. Okay. Okay. She was already found guilty many, many years ago. Glad the DA made a fuss about it. I sleep easier knowing Diane Downs isn't walking amongst us. She always wants to work with kids. Yeah, it's gross. How dare her even have the audacity to talk about it? And especially knowing what we just heard, she knows she's not allowed to be around children. She knows she's not allowed to be around children.
In fact, I don't think there's anything really tangible other than the sense that everyone had that Diane must be guilty. And, we address this in our motion, which I'm going to give to you, although, of course, not all of it is pertinent to what you're looking at. What I would ask you to do today.
Her lawyer's delusional, too. There's no tangible evidence, ma'am. Oh, I cannot wait till we get to go over the evidence. You freak show. No evidence of culpability. Yeah, exactly. What the what? This chat is so cozy and insightful. Girl, we just pretended. We fake it till we make it over here. We just pretending. We could be all wrong. We could be. Yeah. The horror. Nope.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Sorry. In my opinion, I do not like this lawyer. Take that for what you will. Yeah, you've been soaking up the Kool-Aid.
Is just go and take a careful look of Megan McNeil's evaluation. She went right through the history of the evaluations that Diane has received and shows kind of how this false narrative has been created about her. Also, it documents an enormous amount of her work in prison. It shows a pro-social person.
What was the name of the person that did all of the please free Diane Downs from prison work? Hold on, Megan something? Go back. It's a little tiny bit.
Because she talks too much. I think that's true. And so I would ask you today to just consider that maybe Diane has some personality traits that don't make her look favorable to the board in the way that she behaves or the way that she presents to the world, but that doesn't mean it's evidence of her guilt. There's not much evidence, I think, that stands up as their actual culpability. In fact, I don't think there's anything really tangible other than the sense that everyone had that Diane must be guilty. And, we address this in our motion, which I'm going to give to you, although, of course, not all of it is pertinent to what you're looking at. What I would ask you to do today is just go and take a careful look of Megan McNeil's evaluation. She went right through the history of the evaluations that Diane has received and shows kind of how this false narrative has been created about her. Also, it documents an enormous amount of her work in prison. It shows a pro-social person. Diane could not be receiving the letters of support that she's received and the commendations that she receives within her community if she was.
Oh, okay. She's not narcissistic, guys. We were wrong all along. She's just pro-social. Didn't you know that? She's just pro-social.
Not a kind and pro-social member of her community. And she is. I've known Diane for over 2 years now, and she's always kind. She's always thoughtful. She is the least self-pitying female client. In fact, I don't think she's ever been self-pitying. She is an optimistic person who's trying really hard, and that's been used against her so much. And so, yes, not all of her answers are ideal. And yes, there's a huge record that often gets used against Diane. But Diane's time in prison for the last few decades has been exemplary. She is clearly liked in prison. When I go there, all the COs like, can you get her out? How's she doing? We really like her. We want her to go home. This is not, this is real. And so I'm just asking you to look at her record, look and just consider the fact that some of her diagnoses may not be fair in the past, and that Dr. Megan McNeil, who spent the most time with her and dug the deepest into her past, gives her no narcissistic diagnosis at all. And I would also note that Dr. Milkey's diagnosis is not the same as Dr. Guyton's, and that they are coming from a place of assuming guilt, which is obviously their job, but it does massively hinder her when she's being told that she's not taking, but part of the diagnosis is that she's not taking responsibility for something that she's claimed innocence of for 42 years with the whole world against her. It's hard. I know how hard it's been. And so I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to ask you to look at the record carefully and consider that Diane Downs has been in prison for 42 years now. And she hasn't really done anything wrong in the last 20 years. And yes, she was young and she tried to escape, and she wasn't ideal at the beginning because she was angry. Because she was angry about what happened. She was heartbroken. She didn't know how to fight for herself properly. So thank you very much. I'm not going to go on anymore. I appreciate all the time and effort everyone's put into this today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mayhew. So it's 1:40, and I think I had said by the end of the day to get us something in writing. Because it's getting close to the end of the day, let's do this. Can you get us something in writing explaining exactly what you are going to submit to us by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Could I ask you to make it 2 p.m. because I have a call? No. Yes, as long as my client can call me by. Can you call me today?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I can.
We'll do 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can go till noon or 2 if you prefer. It's up to you.
I would love it if it was noon.
Okay, then let's do by noon tomorrow. And so
Great.
essentially here, so Ms. Mayhew, the other thing I would ask from you and your client is when you submit the documents to us, please make clear that those are the total documents that are included in the letter you're sending us saying what you're sending us. Does that make sense? Because that way we
do a list of what we're going to provide, and then I'll provide it within 2 weeks.
Yes, because that way because if we get it early, we can close the record, give us time to review the documents, and then we can move to deliberations. We obviously, if the record stays open for 2 weeks, we're going to wait for the whole 2 weeks, just in case something else comes in. So it's good for us to know that what you submitted us is the final submission. So.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to all of our participants for being here today. With that, the hearing is concluded and the record will be left open for 2 weeks prior to today, if not closed sooner, because we get the documents that we're expecting from Ms. Mayhew, and Ms. Mayhew will get us a list of documents they are submitting by noon tomorrow. So with that, again, the hearing is concluded. Thank you again to everybody.
Whew. What a rush. What a rush. All right. I am yeah, this has been freaking wonderful to spend this time with you guys. I cannot believe we made it through all 4 hours finally, and that's where the 5th day of our deep dive into this particular 2025 parole hearing is going to come to an end. 5 nights. She talked about the testimony that doesn't exist, the transcripts that aren't able to be found. She doesn't use contradictions or she doesn't use contradictions. And we've listened to all of her words, talk about her letters. We've watched her laugh where she shouldn't laugh. We've watched how she's changed her tone, but none of it seems to be truthful in any way whatsoever. So, this is a woman who is able to describe the shooting of her own children like a car ride of just a day at the beach. She talks about stalkers, strangers, shadow men, and people who shapeshift every few years, and they always carry the guilt for her. She never has to carry her own guilt. We've watched her twist all of the psychology into a defense for her, refusing to confess. If that makes me a narcissist, then being innocent means I'm not one, basically. Across the 5 days, we've gotten pretty much the biggest pattern. Every diagnosis is persecution of Diane. Every question is proof that she's a misunderstood woman. Every act of accountability doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. There is no act of accountability. Every act of accountability is non-existent. She told the board she has no remorse because she doesn't feel anything. She told the board she doesn't have any remorse because she didn't do this. She's convinced she didn't do this. She's the one who was wronged. She wants her children to find her website and acknowledge it, never once asking what it would do to them. She told them that people want her to talk on their podcasts, not to heal, but to remind the world that she still exists. The paradox. It's crazy. The parole board's not looking for the myth. They're looking for the person that wants to take accountability, that says, I did this and I mean it. And 42 years later, that person, that mother, is still not around. Tyler, I'll be off in a moment. Thank you, sir. I will cover your little pit bull butt up. Now you can calm down. Give me 1 minute. I will be done in a moment. I love my dogs. Anyway, we're going to close the chapter just on this parole hearing. We're going to come back. I'm going to do some studying up and see what I can come up with to see if we want to continue this or if we want to jump into another series and then come back to it. I'll put out a poll. You guys will have to let me know. Thank you for walking through the story with me. 5 nights of all your patience and I just really appreciate you. I feel like we're trying to honor the victims of the situation and respect it with as many facts as we can find. We prove, that we have curiosity, but we can also have compassion and, we take accountability for that in our series of rehabilitation versus retribution. So Let me go back up and see what you guys are saying before we close out. Yes, thank you very much. That's the 2020 episode on YouTube. There's a playlist. You can watch all of that. If anybody feels like they want to watch it, you go right ahead. You'll have some more facts and you'll be in front of me. She doesn't use contradictions or contractions. Thank you very much, Cindy. I would like to thank you. Orange says, I'd like to thank Hemo Bellis in chat for getting me through this mess. We appreciate you so much. Thanks to all the little people we had to step on to get here. I'm the victim. I don't think she would do well outside in today's world. Not with any of us around. Not with any of us around. Thank you, Teresa. My doggo cannot survive without a blanket on him. Trials of being a naked dog. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you so much for coming in and thank you for hanging out with us. It's been pretty interesting. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thanks for hanging with EO. We will do this again soon. Like I said, I'll put a poll out, see what you guys want to do, see where we're headed with this, and I'll see you real soon. Thanks.